Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. So, how's everyone?
Good, sir.
Good. तेरा दिवाली हैंगओवर हो गया शुभ? तेरा
हाँ सर।
you have lost weight or what?
नहीं नहीं सर, उल्टा वहां पे तो खाना खा के बढ़िया लगता है।
Okay, it seems as if you have lost weight.
नहीं वो सर बाल का जंगल कम हो गया ना इसलिए।
Can't relate, Shubh.
सर मेरा भी वैसा ही है, यहाँ से जा रहा है। पर अभी ठीक है, क्या ही करेंगे।
क्या ही करेंगे? Manav, my friend, why so serious?
नहीं सर। हाँ।
नहीं? Okay. Chalo. So, yesterday we did 2 questions, right? 2 exam kit के questions कल किए. And in the last session, that is on last Sunday, वो जो एक financial instruments का pending part था, cash flow hedge, fair value hedge, वो अपना complete हो गया था. Correct. Consolidation also, the last thing that we did was disposal of an associate, है ना? Today's session focuses on a critical concept, which is basically consolidation of foreign subsidiaries. अब foreign subsidiary पे, luckily or unluckily, whatever you want to say, they haven't asked too many questions in the past. बहुत मतलब एक तो इट्स क्वाइट स्टेप बेस्ड, पूरा ऐसा स्टेप बेस्ड ही उसका अप्रोच है. नॉट दैट बहुत ज्यादा दिमाग लगाना है, बट समहाउ ACCA has not had the opportunity to test it in the past. Consolidated cash flow, on the other hand, has been tested on several occasions. That doesn't mean कि we'll take this any less seriously. करना तो ये भी है. And the good part is that everything that is possible in a foreign subsidiary, I have converted that into a stepwise approach. ठीक है. So, you can rely on the steps and get your answers in the exam. थोड़ा सा extensive है. The discussion is a little longer, but आज अपना foreign subsidiary का अच्छा खासा मतलब we'll be able to wind all of that up, and tomorrow we'll be doing consolidated cash flow. For me to do that, I have given you 2 videos on the LMS, right? I hope you will work on those. Please कल के क्लास के पहले वो दोनों videos अच्छे से देख के आना. One has the direct method, the other one has an indirect method. Both methods of cash flow preparation, which are covered in knowledge level and which are covered in skill level and which were covered in 12th standard also. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि this is a ACCA level का ही concept है, 12th में भी ये सब हो चुका है. But still, I have discussed that with a couple of examples. Just make sure that you watch it, because from an examination perspective, consolidated cash flow बहुत बार पूछा गया है as opposed to foreign subsidiary. Foreign subsidiary again is not a tough concept. थोड़ा सा कुछ conversion of financial statements of the subsidiary which is in another currency into the currency of the home country. ये थोड़ा सा एक अपने को careful रहना पड़ेगा, बाकी तो everything pretty straightforward. Now, consolidation, as you know, is a question in section A of your exam, right? Section A, question 1 जो होता है, that is always on consolidation. अब see, the reason why a separate discussion is required with respect to a foreign subsidiary is that if I am in India and my subsidiary is in another country and then I have to consolidate, I will face a problem when it comes to line by line consolidation. And what problem would that be? The problem is that I will not be able to do the consolidation right away because the balance sheet P&L of the other company is in another currency. ठीक है. Balance sheet P&L of the other company is in another currency and that is not your currency. वो आपका currency नहीं है. So you cannot add rupees and dollars, right? Rupees and dollars ka line by line addition will not make sense. You cannot add $50 and 20 rupees. You cannot say total is 70. because the currency is different. So what that would mean is you will have to convert the financial statements of the other company, which is in another currency, into the currency of the holding company. तो सब्सिडियरी का जो बैलेंस शीट है विच इज से इन पाउंड्स फॉर एग्जांपल, तो उसको आपको दूसरे करेंसी में कन्वर्ट करना पड़ेगा, एंड वंस दैट कन्वर्जन इज डन आफ्टर दैट कंसोलिडेशन विल हैव टू हैपन. ठीक है. सो बट इसमें भी ना देयर आर सम चैलेंजेस दैट इन माय ओपिनियन द एंटिटीज फेस. कि यार आपने ऐसे तो बोल दिया कि यार कन्वर्ट करो, ये करो, वो करो, बोल तो दिया आपने सब कुछ, बट हाउ विल यू कन्वर्ट? What would be the correct exchange rate for conversion? Right now, if you must have paid your ACCA exam fees, अभी पे किया होगा ना आपने. 1 pound must have been equal to some whatever. कितना रुपीस है अभी बताओ?
118 120 के आसपास चल रहा है.
It's the GBP to INR rate. 116.95, 117 almost. When I used to book my ACC exams, it was 1 pound equal to 80 के आसपास. अभी 1 pound equal to 117 हो गया है. But that is the problem, right? This rate will change every day. Today it is 117. Today you enter into the transaction. Year end पे 31st of March पे exchange rate कुछ और होगा. Different items are transacted on different dates, and the exchange rate therefore is bound to be different on different dates, and that will create some problems for you. What are those problems and how exactly are we going to resolve? Let's try to understand. Okay. The rules for translating an overseas subsidiary into the presentation currency of the group are as follows. वो बाद में देखते हैं. ठीक है. First of all, let's create a hypothetical example. ये है balance sheet of subsidiary in the currency of subsidiary, which is the dollar. ठीक है. The subsidiary has non-current assets. कितना है non-current assets? 2000. ठीक है. Then current asset 1500. Then equity share capital 1250. Then retained earnings 1000. This is profit of the company for that year, right? And then you have all the outside liabilities. कितना है outside liabilities? 1250. ठीक है. Total 3500. 3500. The currency of the holding company is in India, subsidiary company is in USA. ठीक है. Let's write it here. Holding company is in India. Its currency is INR. Subsidiary company is in USA. Its currency is USD. Up. Currency of holding company is INR. Currency of holding company is INR, and balance sheet of subsidiary is in USD. So we will have to convert the balance sheet of the subsidiary company. उसमें जो dollar values है, I will have to convert it into rupees. ठीक है. So on the balance sheet date, we will have to convert, जिसके लिए another word that we'll use is translate the figures in balance sheet of holding company, sorry, in balance sheet of subsidiary company into the currency of holding company. ठीक है. अब on the balance sheet date, what is the rate of exchange? On the balance sheet date, the rate of exchange is USD 1 equal to INR 78. ठीक है. And the average rate during, sorry, this is 80, not 78. And average rate during the year was, again, USD1 equal to INR 78. Now, to consolidate the US subsidiary, the first thing that we'll have to do is we'll have to convert all the dollar denominated values into INR. Okay. Now, to consolidate the US subsidiary, we will have to convert slash translate all the dollar denominated values into INR. ठीक है. अब see, जब ये होगा, only then will a line by line consolidation be possible. A line by line consolidation will be possible only when both the balance sheets are in the same currency. Now, the accounting standard says कि देखो, this is non-current asset is on a particular date. Current asset is on a particular date. Liabilities, share capital is on a particular date. तो इसके केस में what the accounting standard says is all the non-current asset, liability, current asset, liability, share capital, all of that can be converted into another currency at the rate on the balance sheet date. But ये जो profit है, this profit of 1000, do you agree that this has been earned throughout the year? ये एक दिन का outcome नहीं है ना. Non-current asset is the value on a particular date. ठीक है. Current asset is the value on a particular date, but profit is the outcome of transactions that took place throughout the year. So for non-current asset, current asset, liabilities and capital, we can convert them into the currency of another country using the rate on the balance sheet date, because they are values as on a particular date. Okay, let's write that down here. The values of non-current asset, non-current liability, current liability, equity share capital are values as on a particular date. So to convert them from USD to INR, we should use the rate on the balance sheet date. Okay, which is 1 USD equal to INR 80. But the figure of profit is the outcome of all transactions that took place throughout the year, all 365 days. Okay. The figure of profit is the outcome of all transactions that took place throughout the year. It is not the value on a specific date, but a combined outcome of all values, combined outcome of all transactions that took place throughout the year. So we should not use the rate on, we should not use the rate at the year end for conversion. Rather, we should use the average rate throughout the year to translate the profit figure. So to translate the profit value, we are using average rate, which is 1 USD equal to INR 78. ठीक है, वो रेट यूज करना makes more sense. So all P&L and OCI values should be translated using 1 USD equal to INR 78. ठीक है, अब let's see how to translate balance sheet of subsidiary in, or rather translated to currency of holding. ठीक है, अब let's start with non-current assets. Non-current assets 2000 USD into INR 80 per USD. ठीक है, सो आपने डॉलर्स को कन्वर्ट किया इन रुपीस. 2000 into 80. Then current assets. Current assets कितना है? That also has to be translated using the same rate. 1500 है current asset. 1500 USD into INR 80 per USD. 1,20,000. फिर इधर आओ, लिखो equity share capital. 1250 is the equity share capital. It is the value on a particular date. Use the closing rate for conversion. 1250 USD into INR 80 per USD. 1 lakh. All outside liabilities कितना है? outside liability ये भी 1250 है. ठीक है, so same 1 lakh. And this is profit. We have discussed just now that profit should be translated using the average rate. $1,000 into INR 78 per USD. 78,000. ठीक है, अब इसका टोटल ले लो एक बार. क्या हुआ? There is a difference, right? You took the same balance sheet of the subsidiary in dollars, you converted that to rupees, and now you see there's a difference. The asset side and the liability side don't match with each other, and naturally so ना, आपने आधे numbers को 80 से multiply किया, remaining number को आपने 78 से multiply किया, तो naturally the balance sheet will not tally. आपको समझ में आ रहा है क्या problem है? When we are converting the balance sheet of the subsidiary, then naturally it has an, वो जब आप अलग अलग रेट पे you are converting, naturally the balance sheet will not tally, है ना? There is a mismatch in the balance sheet after translating into currency of holding company. Okay, so but this is not, see ये इस वजह से नहीं है कि यार you did not do the accounting properly, right? This is not because of the fact that you did not do the accounting properly. This is simply because of the reason that the rates of conversion were different on in different situations. Okay, so what you will, or what we are intending to do here is that we are trying to find out कि यार ये mismatch तो हो गया, but there is no problem in accounting. Accounting बराबर ही चल रहा था. Accounting was not a problem. ठीक है, so equity share capital, retained earnings, outside liabilities, current assets कितना? 120. Difference कितने का है? Difference is 2000. You will park it in a separate account called तो चलो, the difference that you saw, we'll park that difference in a separate account called foreign currency translation reserve. कितना? 2000. ठीक है. Now your balance sheet also tallies. This is balance sheet of subsidiary translated to currency of holding company. जो आपका difference था between asset and liability side. Why did this difference arise? This difference arose because the rate for translation of the subsidiary company का value was different for certain items and different for other items. तो ये जो difference आया, that came because of foreign currency fluctuation. Hence we park it in an account called foreign currency translation reserve. ठीक है. एक बार देखो इसको. See what we have done. ठीक है. Okay. Now we have to do one entire question on, converting the balance sheet of the subsidiary company into that of the holding company. तो वो rate सबसे पहले you will have to translate, and then you will have to do the consolidation. ठीक है. अब the question is a long one. The first thing I want all of you to do is I want you to go through the question. एक बार question अच्छे से देख लो. एक मिनट. I'm sending it on the group. I want you to just go through the question once. ठीक है. एक question भेजा है group पे. Just go through that. Absorb the question. समझ लो क्या क्या पूछा है. Then we'll do it together. I'll then make you write the steps also. वो सब करेंगे फिर. Multiple values are there, है ना. Tell me once you have finished reading.
Done, sir.
Okay. Because I'll be asking you to make certain working notes by yourself, and then of course I'll show it to you how it's done. हो गया सबका? Okay. Okay. Chalo. Let's start with the first working note, which is preparation of group structure. है ना? First working note है आपका group structure. So tell me, who is the holding, who is the subsidiary,
So Saint is the holding.
and Albans is the subsidiary. What is the date of acquisition?
1st July 2001,
Okay. What is the balance sheet date?
30 June 2002.
30 June 2002. That means पूरा का पूरा year है, right? There is no mid-year acquisition in this case. पूरा का पूरा साल आपका covered है इसमें. ठीक है. So that's the first thing I'm writing. ठीक. This is my group structure. I have very clearly told you that there is no mid-year acquisition. Ab, whenever you have a question which has consolidated balance sheet P&L हो गया, कुछ भी हो गया जिसमें where you have to prepare multiple adjustments, identify कौन से item में adjustment है. Look at the first information. Which items do you think will it impact? Saint purchased the shares in Albans for the first day. The retained earnings were so and so. Fair value of Albans' net assets were so and so. And fair value adjustment was attributable to plant with a remaining useful life. Okay. So that means adjustment kahan par hai? Plant mein hai. Property, plant and equipment has an adjustment. Then Saint acquired some goods from a third party which it sold to Albans, which means inventories mein adjustment hai. सेकंड उसका इफेक्ट कंसोलिडेटेड रिटेन्ड अर्निंग्स में आने वाला है. देन सेंट लेंट अल्बांस, तो होल्डिंग सब्सिडियरी में इंटर कंपनी लोन है. ठीक है. इंटर कंपनी लोन इधर भी आएगा, इधर भी नॉन करंट लाइबिलिटीज में होगा, आई एम श्योर. देन एनसीआई इम्पेयरमेंट रिव्यू ऑफ गुडविल वो भी हो गया. सेंट रिसीव्ड अ गवर्नमेंट ग्रांट विच वाज इंक्लूडेड. ओके. तो गवर्नमेंट ग्रांट है तो मे बी करंट नॉन करंट लाइबिलिटी में कुछ होगा. सो द फर्स्ट थिंग दैट आई डिड वाज आई आइडेंटिफाइड विच, आई डिड नॉट रीड द होल एडजस्टमेंट. मैंने बस ये आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया कि कौन से आइटम में एडजस्टमेंट है. ठीक है. शेयर होल्डिंग परसेंटेज इज 60%. आपके पास दो अप्रोचेस है whenever you have a question like this. Either go in the order of balance sheet, एक एक आइटम को नॉक ऑफ करो, या फिर go in the order of adjustment. What do you want to do? You want to go in the order of balance sheet कि उसमें एक एक आइटम देखो उसको पोस्ट करो, या फिर एक एक एडजस्टमेंट उठाओ और उसको पोस्ट करो. What would you like to do?
Adjust. So in the
Adjust.
order of adjustments.
Okay. ठीक है. Now Saint purchased the shares in Albans for D 10,000. D is the currency of Albans. ठीक है. On the first day of the accounting period, at the date of acquisition, the retained earnings of Albans were D 500. Retained earnings of Albans were 500. अब retained earnings of subsidiary कहाँ पे लिखते हैं हम? We show that in the net asset वाला adjustment, right? So let's go to that particular adjustment. Working note 2. Calculation of net assets of subsidiary. ठीक है. Particulars, acquisition date in D, and then balance sheet date in D. D is the currency of Albans. ठीक है. यहाँ पे you have share capital, you have share premium, you have retained earnings, you have revaluation surplus. ये तो minimum होता है. And what information have you received just now? At the acquisition date, retained earnings of Albans were 500. 500. ठीक है? And the fair value of Alban's net assets exceeded the carrying amount by 1000. This fair value adjustment was attributed to plant with a remaining life of 5 years at the date of acquisition. Okay. They are saying that the fair value of plant was greater than the book value by 1000. Now, what will be the accounting entry to adjust this if the fair value of the plant is greater than the carrying amount? What accounting entry will you record in the books of subsidiary? बताओ मानव बता रिवैल्यूएशन ऑफ पीपीई क्या होता है एंट्री
So उसी में जाएगा
एंट्री बता मुझे
that PPE to revaluation OCI.
इतना टाइम क्यों लगा
So वो थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस कम था.
क्यों इसमें
So
नहीं
PPE का वो रिवाइज करे भी काफी टाइम हो गया ना, वो जब से क्लास ले उसके बाद से खोले नहीं.
so entry in books of subsidiary as at 1st of July 2001. What will be the entry? By property, plant and equipment account debit to revaluation surplus account. कितना है 1000. ठीक है अब ये तो हो गया. So where will you show this? And see, this happened on which date? This happened on the date of acquisition. ठीक है तो revaluation surplus में आप लिखेंगे 1000, another 1000. Make sense? Okay. Now ये 15400 था इसका प्रॉपर्टी प्लांट एंड इक्विपमेंट उसमें 1000 ऐड हो गया. ठीक है This fair value adjustment was attributable to plant with a remaining life of 5 years. So, ये जो 1000 का revaluation हुआ है, this plant has a useful life of 5 years. So, what will be the depreciation per annum? The non-current
20.
asset, which was revalued, has a remaining useful life of 5 years. So, additional depreciation will be 1000 upon 5, that is 200. कितने का additional depreciation हुआ 200 का. This is an expense for expense slash loss बोल सकते हो आप. This is expense slash loss for subsidiary and all expenses, losses, incomes, etc. of subsidiary are parked in the net assets working. ठीक है so the depreciation of 200 will be adjusted in net assets. ठीक है यहाँ पे what if I write additional depreciation कितना 200. Are you with me all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And after these two adjustments, the carrying amount of subsidiary PPE will be 15,400 as per balance sheet plus क्या
Reval surplus of 1000
plus revaluation surplus minus depreciation
depreciation for the year.
plus 1000 reval surplus minus 200 depreciation. कितना आएगा
16,200.
200.
16,200. ठीक है, इज एवरीवन विथ मी? एक बार देख लो।
Yes, sir.
सो ये हमने क्या कर लिया? वी बेसिकली डिड अ थरो कैलकुलेशन। ये सारे फिगर्स को हमने, नाउ वी आर सेइंग दैट द कैरिंग अमाउंट ऑफ सब्सिडियरी पीपीई इज 16,200। अब एक काम करो, ये 15,400, ये 10,000, बैलेंस शीट में आओ। ठीक है, consolidated balance sheet as on this date,
31st July.
31st जुलाई है कि कितना है?
30th June, sorry.
30th जून। ठीक है, इसमें आएगा आपका हेडिंग नॉन करंट असेट्स। नॉन करंट असेट्स में आएगा प्रॉपर्टी, प्लांट एंड इक्विपमेंट। होल्डिंग कंपनी का अमाउंट है 10,000 प्लस अल्बांस का है 16,200 एंड all the current asset, non-current asset, everything has to be translated at the closing rate. Closing rate 30th जून का कितना है? D is to $4 है, $1 equal to 4D। तो 16,200 अपॉन 4, बताओ तो कितना आता है टोटल?
14050.
14050। ठीक है, तो आपने क्या क्या कर दिया? आपने ये एडजस्टमेंट में ये वाला पार्ट कर दिया, फिर ये रीवैल्यूएशन कर दिया, उसका डेप्रिसिएशन कर दिया, यहाँ पे प्रॉपर्टी प्लांट एंड इक्विपमेंट कर दिया। ठीक है, मेक सेंस? आर यू विथ मी, ऑल ऑफ यू?
Sorry, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can you
Yes, sir.
show me again?
Yes.
I have lost the connection.
Sir.
Just a minute.
देख लो देख लो।
अभी सर हम लोग जो नेट एसेट्स का जो वैल्यू है वो बाद में डालेंगे ना, मतलब जो रिटेन अर्निंग्स में जो भी ऐड होगा।
हाँ हाँ, अब तो बहुत बाकी है।
हाँ
अब
हाँ
जितना इंफॉर्मेशन आया खाली उतना हमने
हाँ,
पोस्ट कर दिया।
Done,
एक
sir.
और इंफॉर्मेशन पोस्ट करना बाकी है। हाँ, बाय द वे
ये सर सेम जैसे एफआर में करते थे वैसे ही एक
Same,
लाइन। हाँ
ये एफआरई तो है ना। अब one thing that you should always ensure कि in this adjustment whatever is written na, everything should be posted in the right place. Now here Saint purchased the shares in Albans for D 10,000 on the first day of the accounting period. So fair value of consideration paid is 10,000, right? अब working note 3 goodwill, यहाँ पे what you will write down is fair value of consideration paid. कितना?
10,000।
10,000. This is in D. So everything in adjustment 1 has found its way into your calculations. अब adjustment 2 देखो। अच्छा, there is, ये कुछ ना मुझे गड़बड़ लग रहा है। The investment in Albans in the balance sheet is only shown at 5,000, whereas here it is shown at 10,000. कुछ तो missing है, देखते हैं। Just before the year end, Saint acquired some goods from a third party at a cost of 800, which it sold to Albans for cash at a markup of 50%. At the reporting date, all of these goods remain in inventory. यहाँ पे लिखा है sold for cash. What does that mean? No intercompany debtor creditor, है ना? There is no intercompany debtor creditor in this case. Who sold to whom? Holding to subsidiary ki subsidiary to holding?
Holding to subsidiary.
Hold-
Holding to subsidiary. So this is a downstream transaction. Okay. So यहाँ पे आओ, working note 5. This is on unsold stock and unrealized profit. Goods were sold by holding to subsidiary. Cost to seller, that is holding. इसके लिए cost है 800. ये देखो यहाँ पे लिखा है cost is 800 which it sold to Albans for cash at a markup of 50%. Markup is 50. Markup is 50%. So profit will be 800 into 50%, which is 400. Okay. And all goods are unsold. So full 400 is unrealized profit. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
400 is unrealized profit. Ab holding has sold to subsidiary. Unrealized profit is 400. Tell me, where all should it be adjusted?
Closing stock and then retained earnings.
and retained earnings.
Closing stock and consolidated retained earnings. Now, ये holding company का profit है, right? So tell me, do you need to convert it into dollars or is it already in dollars?
Already in
$100.
dollars.
This is already in dollars. तो अभी आप क्या करेंगे? You have inventory, है ना? So you will come here. आप inventory के head में जाएंगे. ठीक है? Inventory. What are the figures? 5,000 is inventory of holding. Plus Albans का कितना है?
4,000.
1000 minus unrealized profit 400. 5,000 plus 4,000 minus 400, that is 8600. So far अभी तक सब कुछ होना बाकी है, बट ये जो 4,000 है ये है D, राइट? दिस इज नॉट डॉलर, तो आपको इसको कन्वर्ट करना पड़ेगा डिवाइडेड बाय 4, राइट? सो दिस विल बी 4,000 by 4, सो ये हो जाएगा 5600. ठीक है? Values of the subsidiary company have to be converted into the holding company का currency at the closing rate. Closing rate is $1 equal to 4 dinar, which you have done. एक बार देख लो. But be very, very careful, because you cannot stop yourself after doing one adjustment. You have to give double effect of all the adjustments. वो बहुत ज्यादा critical है आपके लिए, giving double effect of all the adjustments. Working note 4, consolidated retained earnings. इसमें less unrealized profit minus 400. ये डाल दिया. ठीक है? Now tell me if you have any question.
Sir, I was little confused with how are we taking that inventory?
What part are you confused with, Gautam? Read the adjustment. Tell me what is the conclusion.
Because like there was no date given, so that's why I was confused. Ki how?
Why is date necessary?
For example, say this dollar was converted at some different dinar, and then a closing rate would be at different dinar. No, that's why.
But have we ever touched upon that?
I'm
What
just
rule did
asking,
I
sir.
tell you? What rule did I tell you? All the values in the balance sheet, apart from the profit and loss related values, have to be converted using the closing rate. तो फिर बाकी किसी रेट का सवाल कहाँ पे आता है?
Like, क्योंकि we are making that adjustment, no, that's why.
No, not required. Only this much. ठीक है? Yes, Shubh.
Sir, if this $400 of profit was given in dinar, then we would have to convert it at the average rate, right?
At the average rate. But यहाँ पे convert करना नहीं है. We are not converting 400. It is
Already
already
$400 में है. हाँ.
So all the impacts that had to be given, I think we have given those. We have entered the value of inventory 5,000, 4,000 plus unrealized profit का जो adjustment था, we subtracted that in consolidated retained earnings. We subtracted that in the consolidated balance sheet from the total inventory. Is everyone with me? We have only tackled 2 adjustments so far और कुछ भी नहीं किया है. Are you all with me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. तीसरा वाला. On 1st of June 2002, Saint lent Albans 1400. The liability is recorded at the historic rate within the non-current liabilities of Albans. ठीक है. अब Albans के books में the liability is recorded at 5460. When was the money given? The money was given on 1st of June 2002 when the rate of exchange was $1 equal to 3.9 dinar. अब ये एडजस्टमेंट थोड़ा सा peculiar है. Loan to subsidiary. Observe how we tackle it. Working note 6. Loan to subsidiary. Holding company gave a loan to a subsidiary for how much? Holding company gave a loan to the subsidiary for $1,400. $1,400. ठीक है. अब loan was given on 1st of June 2002 and exchange rate was $1 equal to 3.90 dinar. ठीक है. ये exchange rate था. And what does the question say? The question says liability is recorded at the historic rate within the non-current liability of Albans. Albans recorded the non-current liability at historic rate. So, कितना होगा historic rate? 1400 into 3.9. $1,400 into 3.90 dinar per dollar, which comes down to, बताओ मुझे कितना आता है? Tell me the value.
5460.
5460. Everyone, करो calculate.
Yes, sir. 5460.
5460 dinar. Okay. I'm going very slow, huh? 5460 dinar. ये हो गया. This is in the standalone balance sheet. अब क्या होगा? 30th, ये तो आपने कर दिया on 1st of June 2002. Now, in the standalone balance sheet of Albans, this item will have to be retranslated using the exchange rate on 30th of June 2002. So, closing rate कितना है देखो. What is the closing rate?
$4.
$4. ठीक है. The rate on 30th of June 2002 was $1 equal to 4D. ठीक है, so $1,400 will get retranslated to $1,400 into 4D per dollar, which is 5,600. अब ये ऐसा क्यों किया? Now there is an accounting standard called IAS 21, effect of changes in foreign exchange rates. We'll do that standard later, but that standard says that all the monetary liabilities and all the monetary items have to be retranslated at the closing rate. Now tell me, what are monetary items? ये हमने पढ़ा है. We have studied this. First of all, tell me, where did we study this?
जो IS 37 के साथ में पढ़ा था.
37 का नाम बता.
हाँ, कंटिंजेंट लायबिलिटी, प्रोविजन और कंटिंजेंट एसेट.
बट ये उसमें नहीं पढ़ा था.
नहीं, मतलब उसके साथ ही आपने छोटा सा पढ़ाया था.
उसके साथ नहीं पढ़ा है.
IS 38, right, sir?
IS 38.
Intangible assets.
We have studied intangible assets. The definition is that it is a monetary asset, right? Or is it a non-monetary asset? What is it?
Non-monetary asset.
It is a non-monetary.
Non-monetary,
And what is a monetary asset?
which can be converted into terms of money.
Everything can be converted in. It has to be expressed in money. ये क्या है? बीकॉम वाले आंसर मत दो, अच्छे वाले आंसर दो.
Which can be readily converted into
क्या?
determinable amount of cash.
Very good. Which can be converted into fixed or determinable amounts of cash. अब ऐसा करो, I'll be back in a minute. आप IAS 38 खोलो, वहां पे मैंने लिख के दिया है what are monetary non-monetary items. हाँ, उधर लिखने से क्या है शुभ? दिखा रहा है मेरे को.
नहीं, 37 38 के बीच में लिखा था, इसलिए कंफ्यूज हो गया था.
ये ना तेरे एक्सक्यूजेस, मतलब मैं क्या ही करूं. चलो
Sir.
पढ़ो भाई. I'll be back in a minute. Who will read it out for me? Vinith, can you read it out for me?
Yes, sir. Monetary assets, those assets which are readily converted into fixed or precisely determinable amounts of money are called monetary assets. Example, cash, balance at bank, fixed deposits, debtors, bills receivable, etc.
Very
Non-monetary assets are those assets which a company holds but against which it does not know the exact amount of money it will receive. Example, building, machinery, etc.
okay. So those items, assets or liabilities, which can be converted into fixed or determinable amounts of cash are called monetary items. So building is not a monetary item. Inventory is not a monetary item, but loan is a monetary item. Investment is a monetary item. Investment, the FD is a monetary item. Balance in your bank account is a monetary item. IAS 21 says that all monetary items have to be retranslated. What does that mean? इधर देखो. First of all, you converted $1,400 to dinar at 3.90 D per dollar. On 30th of June, whatever is the rate, you have to reconvert using that rate. So $1,400 will get retranslated and it will appear as 5,600. Okay. Now try to understand this way, that a liability worth 5460 is now retranslated to 5600. Okay. A liability worth 5460 is now retranslated to 5600. So what has happened? There has been an increase in liability value by 5600 minus 5460, which is 180. 180 नहीं, 140 होगा, not 180. Increase in liability value by 140. This is happening in the standalone balance sheet of the subsidiary. हाँ, ये अभी तक कुछ consolidation related नहीं है. This is happening in the standalone balance sheet of the subsidiary. The difference goes to P&L of subsidiary. Subsidiary का P&L values कहाँ पर है? यहाँ पर है, in your net asset. So what will you write here? You will write down remeasurement loss minus 140. ठीक है. Difference goes to P&L of subsidiary. Are you with me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
ठीक है. After this adjustment, the non-current liability in standalone balance sheet of subsidiary is 5600T. ठीक है. अब while preparing CFS, while preparing consolidated financial statements, this non-current liability of 5600 will be converted to dollar using the closing rate on 30th of June 2002, which is how much? $1 equal to 4D. So 5600D will be $1,400. ठीक है. 5600D will be $1,400. ठीक है. अब इधर आओ. ये तो आपने देख लिया, राइट? यहाँ पे loan to advance is 1400 and now non-current liability is also becoming 1400. थोड़ा सा इधर देखो अभी how we are adjusting that. Non-current liabilities. होल्डिंग कंपनी का फिगर बताना. होल्डिंग कंपनी 5000 प्लस अल्बांस कितना? 5600 by 4. Tell me how much is 5600 by 4?
1400.
1400. And here on the asset side, loan to advance is 1400. Loan to advance is 1400. यहाँ पे 1400, यहाँ पे 1400. Can you eliminate intercompany 1400?
Yes, sir.
है ना? इधर भी हटाओ और इधर भी हटाओ. With this, what have we achieved? We have closed this adjustment. We have tackled non-current liability, and we have tackled loan to advance. हो गया?
Yes, sir.
Is everyone with me? धीरे धीरे, one step at a time, right? Okay.
सर
हाँ बोलो.
फिर अभी कंसोलिडेटेड बैलेंस शीट में लोन भी नहीं दिखेगा और जो 5,000 जो अपन हम लोग ने जो अभी ट्रांसलेशन किया $5,600 $1,400 में वो भी
हाँ.
नहीं दिखेगा ना, तो सीधा
दोनों नहीं.
5,000 NCL और लोन तो नहीं दिखेगा सीधा
करेक्ट.
इन्वेस्टमेंट को. ठीक है, तो सर हम लोग डायरेक्टली वो लिख सकते हैं एडजस्टमेंट में कि एज इट इज एन इंटर कंपनी बैलेंस.
इंटरकंपनी आप डायरेक्टली हटा सकते हो.
हाँ.
हाँ, आई एम डूइंग इट इन डिटेल सो दैट यू अंडरस्टैंड.
ओके.
Okay. Now, Saint measures non-controlling interest at acquisition at fair value. The fair value of non-controlling interest in Albans at the date of acquisition was 5,000 D. An impairment review was performed and goodwill had reduced in value by 10% at 30th June 2002. Non-controlling interest, fair value of consideration paid, add fair value of non-controlling interest at acquisition date. कितना? 5,000, right? And आपका NCI का भी वर्किंग नोट बनेगा, है ना? So let's make that. Working note 8, non-controlling interest. This is fair value of NCI at acquisition date 5,000. ठीक है? This is in D, by the way. So NCI also you have posted. अब क्या करेंगे? This is done. Impairment review is left. वो करना पड़ेगा आपने को. On 1st of July 2001, Saint received a government grant for 4,000. This grant was provided as a contribution towards the cost of training employees over the next 2 years. Saint has reduced its administrative expense by the full 4,000. So ये जो adjustment है, this is not a consolidation adjustment. This is a rectification that you are doing in the books of the holding company. ठीक है? ये consolidation adjustment नहीं है. Number 5 is a regular adjustment. Tell me how will you tackle this? First of all, tell me what is the error that has happened. Then tell me how exactly are you going to tackle that. Who can tell me what is the error? उमेरा बताइए मुझे क्या error हुआ है.
So they have reduced the administrative expenses by full. It should be spread over 2 years.
Okay. So what should have happened? Tell me. करण बता क्या होना चाहिए था?
Sir, it should be shown as the liability that we
Full
still have.
4,000.
No, sir. Half was fulfilled this year, and the second half was fulfilled next year.
Okay. So grant was received to cover expenses of 2 years. Okay. Total grant is 4,000. Ideally, we should have reduced the expense of the current year by 2,000 and of the next year by 2,000. But what we did was हमने current year का expense we reduced by 4,000. See, expense reduced by 4,000 means profit increased by 4,000. This is what was done. But what should have happened? You should have reduced the expense by 2,000 and you should have increased the profit by 2,000. ठीक है? You reduce the expense by 4,000. You should have reduced the expense only by 2,000. So what has happened is you have reduced profit by a larger number. So how to rectify this? By reducing the profit of holding company by 2,000. Okay, I'll write it step by step. Don't worry. Working note 7. Adjustment of government grant. We should have reduced the expense in current year by 2000 and in the next year by 2000. But what we did was we reduced the expense in the current year by 4000. But we reduced the expense in current year by 4000. We reduced expense by 4000. We should have reduced only by 2000. Are you with me? हमने
Yes.
इसको ज्यादा कम कर दिया, ठीक है. We reduced the expense by 4, but we should have reduced it only by 2. We reduced the expense by 4000. फिर से लिखता हूं. We reduced expense by 4000. Profit also reduced by 4000. ठीक है. But ideally, what should have happened? Ideally, we should have reduced expense by 2000. So profit would have been reduced by 2000 again. So इसको आपने you have reduced an expense by a greater value, है ना? So how to rectify? How to rectify this? By reducing profit of holding company by 2000. ठीक है. कहां पे डालेंगे? Consolidated retained earnings less adjustment related to government grant. कितना? 2000. ठीक है. Are you all with me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
सर वहाँ पे वर्डिंग चेंज करना पड़ेगा. प्रॉफिट इंक्रीज बाय 2000 and 4000.
मैंने क्या लिखा है?
सर रिड्यूस बाय लिख दिया आपने.
ठीक है. हो गया. दिस इज ओनली रिलेटिंग टू होल्डिंग कंपनी. बट व्हेन यू डू दिस ना, एक आपका करंट लाइबिलिटी क्रिएट हो जाएगा इन द बैलेंस शीट, है ना. यहाँ पे देयर विल बी अ न्यू करंट लाइबिलिटी. I will call this deferred grant. How much? 2000. ठीक है. 2000 is my deferred grant. Okay. So this is also tackled. ये भी हो गया. So basically मोटा मोटा हमने सारा adjustments तो देख लिया है. अभी let's go line by line. Saint invested in Albans on this date. It invested $5,000. $5,000 into 2 is 10,000 D. यहाँ पे 10,000 D दिया है, so ठीक है, this is fine. This makes sense. क्या बचा है? Receivables बचा है. There is no adjustment with respect to receivables. So उसको वैसे का वैसा लिख दो. $4,000 plus 500 by 4. 4,000 plus 500 by 4. Convert using the closing rate. 4,000 plus 500 by 4. हो गया 4125. इसको टिक लगा दो. Then cash and cash equivalents. इसमें भी there is no adjustment given. 1600 plus 560 by 4 कर दो. Cash and कैश इक्विवेलेंट्स 1600 प्लस सब्सिडियरी का 560/4 कर दो, ठीक है। 1600 प्लस 560/4 हो गया 1740. We have successfully tackled the asset side. Are you with me? Any question, any confusion?
नो सर।
No, sir.
अब liability side में आते हैं. Equity capital of holding company, share premium of holding company. Where should that go? Straight away to consolidated balance sheet.
मैनेजमेंट।
Equity capital of subsidiary, share premium of subsidiary. That should go to retained. Sorry, that should go to net asset calculation. है ना? So this is equity and liabilities. उसमें भी equity, उसमें भी share capital. I will say holding only. And share premium holding only. 10,000, 3,000. 10,000, 3,000. And 1,000 and 500 subsidiary का 1,000 and 500. 1,000 and 500 remains the same. No addition has happened. This is done. This is done. ये गया, ये गया. This is done and this is done. अब retained earnings कितना है? Retained earnings holding company का 4,000. Holding company का retained earnings goes to consolidated retained earnings. Right? यहाँ पे लिख दो consolidated retained earnings of holding co on balance sheet date 4,000. ठीक है, तो ये भी बिठा दिया. सब्सिडियरी का रिटेन्ड अर्निंग्स इज 12,500 ऑन बैलेंस शीट डेट. सो ये हो गया 12,500 ऑन बैलेंस शीट डेट. ठीक है, तो ये भी डाल दिया सब सही जगह पे. एंड करंट लाइबिलिटी 5,000 प्लस 1,000. करंट लाइबिलिटी में डू यू सी एनी एडजस्टमेंट? कुछ स्कोप है? डेफर्ड ग्रांट को वी हैव सेपरेटेड दैट आउट. तो अभी जस्ट 5,000 प्लस 1,000/4. $5,000 plus A 1,000/4. ठीक है, 5250. ये भी पोस्ट कर दिया. सो यू हैव पोस्टेड एवरी सिंगल आइटम इन द बैलेंस शीट एंड यू हैव एडजस्टेड एवरी सिंगल एडजस्टमेंट. सब कुछ आपने कर दिया. अब फ्रॉम टॉप टू बॉटम एक एक करके लेट्स स्टार्ट क्लोजिंग द वर्किंग नोट्स. ठीक है, अब यहां पे आएगा नेट असेट्स. टोटल ले लो 3,000 and 14,660. Now tell me, what is the post acquisition profit of subsidiary? बता कितना है?
11,600.
11,660. दोनों का डिफरेंस 14,660 minus 3,000, 11,660. अब what is the share of holding company?
60.
60%.
Share of NCI. ठीक है, share of holding company 14,660 into 60% and share of NCI 14,660 into 40%. 14 नहीं, 660, not 14. $6,996 and 4,664 डी दोनों डिनार में है, ठीक है। अब प्रॉफिट है तो ट्रांसलेट कैसे करेंगे? यू विल ट्रांसलेट यूजिंग द एवरेज रेट, राइट? ट्रांसलेट using the average rate, which is, how much is the average rate? $1 equal to 3 dinar. देखो यहाँ पे लिखा है average rate is 3. $1 equal to 3 dinar. ठीक है, so this will be 6996 by 3 and 4664 by 3. $4,664 by 3. 2332 and $1,555. Sorry, dollar and dollar. है ना? मैंने क्या कर दिया? I converted the profit from D to dollar. अब शेयर ऑफ होल्डिंग कंपनी कहां जाएगा? शेयर ऑफ होल्डिंग कंपनी विल गो टू कंसोलिडेटेड रिटेन्ड अर्निंग्स. यहां पे ऐड कर दो, ऐड शेयर ऑफ होल्डिंग इन पोस्ट एक्विजिशन प्रॉफिट ऑफ सब्सिडियरी 2332. शेयर ऑफ एनसीआई, एनसीआई में ऐड हो जाएगा, दैट इज इन डॉलर. ऐड शेयर ऑफ एनसीआई इन पोस्ट एक्विजिशन प्रॉफिट ऑफ सब्सिडियरी. कितना आएगा? 1,555. इन डॉलर. ठीक है, 1,555, 5,000. दिस इज डन. सो अभी वो 5,000 को कन्वर्ट करना बाकी है, बट एटलीस्ट हियर वी स्टार्टेड ऑफ विथ द स्प्लिटिंग एंड वी हैव सक्सेसफुली स्प्लिट द प्रॉफिट इनटू होल्डिंग कंपनी एंड एनसीआई. ठीक है, अब क्या करना है आपको? Now there's an important calculation that you have to perform for net assets. Okay, this has to be performed in all cases. We'll call this translation of net assets. ठीक है, कैसे करना है देखो. Opening net assets, add profit. This should give you closing net assets. ठीक है, let this be in dinar or D. Let this be in dollar. Now observe. Opening net asset कितना था? 3,000 का, right? Opening net asset was 3,000. Now, if it has to be converted to dollars, it will be converted using the opening rate, which is 2. This into 2. यहाँ पे लिखो. Using opening rate of $1 equal to 2D, 6,000. ठीक है. Profit कितना हुआ? 11,660. Profit has to be converted using the average rate of 3. Using average rate of $1 equal to 3D. So, sorry, not divide this as divided by 3. 3887. ठीक है. So, closing net assets should be 5387. ठीक है, closing net asset should be closing net assets should be this 5387. But closing net assets actually कितना है? Actual closing net assets यहाँ पे लिखो, closing net assets should be, actual closing net assets should be 3000 plus 11616, which is 14616. ये कन्वर्ट करना है इन डॉलर, कैसे कन्वर्ट करेंगे? यूजिंग द क्लोजिंग रेट ऑफ 4, है ना? यहाँ पे लिखो यूजिंग closing rate of $1 equal to 4B. So value of net assets should be 5387, but it is how much? It is 3665, है ना? Should be 5667, but it is 3665. So what has happened is the value of net assets is different. Asset का value कम हो गया है. Difference between the two, what is that? 5387 minus 3665 कितना है बताओ?
1722.
1722 डॉलर, है ना? This is forex loss. Do you agree all of you that ये जो 1722 है ये मेरा forex loss है? Is everyone on board?
Yes, sir.
है ना? बट ये किस वजह से आया? फॉरेक्स लॉस है, नो डाउट, बट दिस इज नॉट अ फॉरेक्स लॉस ऑन अकाउंट ऑफ different transactions. This is forex loss on account of simple translation from one currency to another, right? Forex loss, also called translation loss, है ना? $1722 जो है, that is your translation loss. Now we'll have a separate working note here. Working note 9, foreign currency translation loss. ठीक है, कितना है translation loss on net assets? 1722. So far you have done this much calculation. ठीक है, ऊपर आइए. What all have I completed? I have translated the net assets of the subsidiary. I have calculated a translation loss there. And for now, my job appears complete on the net assets. Are you with me till this point?
Yes.
ऐसा part question का बचा है. Question is not complete. Fair enough?
Yes.
हाँ, एक ही adjustment अभी बचा है. There isn't much. There's just one adjustment which relates to goodwill. तो हम क्या करते हैं? Let's take a breather because बहुत लंबा question है, बहुत time से चल रहा है. Let's take a breather. एक ही adjustment है. जैसे you did translation of net assets of subsidiary ना, you have to do translation of goodwill. उसमें जो भी लॉस आएगा that is again foreign exchange translation loss, वो आपको relevant heads में ट्रांसफर करना है. बट यहाँ पे goodwill में impairment भी है. अच्छा, let me tell you one thing if you are getting worried. इतना बड़ा क्वेश्चन पेपर में कभी नहीं आएगा. ये इंडियन ये एग्जाम नहीं है. इसके ओवरऑल में से 2 या 3 एडजस्टमेंट एट मैक्स आएंगे पेपर में. ठीक है, सो ओनली दैट मच विल कम. डोंट बॉदर फॉर मोर देन दैट. ठीक है. यस मिस्टर शाह.
सर सिर्फ एक सजेशन है, एक लास्ट ही एडजस्टमेंट बाकी तो कंप्लीट करके ब्रेक ले, तो मतलब
हाँ सर.
जितना हुआ ना तो पूरा क्वेश्चन हो जाएगा ना, तो फिर एक साथ बैठेगा दिमाग में.
चलेगा. आई एम मोर देन हैप्पी. मुझे लगा आप लोग थक गए. आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू डू इट दैट वे. ठीक है, ये ट्रांसलेशन ऑफ नेट असेट्स ऑफ सब्सिडियरी हो गया. अभी गुडविल कैलकुलेशन अपना बाकी है, राइट? सो यहां तक आए, लेस फेयर वैल्यू ऑफ नेट असेट्स ऑफ सब्सिडियरी, कितना? -3000, है ना? फेयर वैल्यू ऑफ नेट असेट्स ऑफ सब्सिडियरी एट एक्विजिशन डेट हो गया 3000. यू विल हैव गुडविल ऑन acquisition date 12,000. यहां पे क्या लिखा है? गुडविल impaired by 10%, less impairment of goodwill, this into 10%. So goodwill on balance sheet date कितना बचा? 10,800. ठीक है. अब ट्रांसलेशन ऑफ गुडविल, ये गुडविल जो निकला है आपका वो दीनार में, सॉरी डी में निकला है. यू नीड इट इन डॉलर्स, ठीक है, इन डी एंड इन डॉलर्स. गुडविल एट एक्विजिशन डेट कितना है? 12,000 इन डी, ठीक है. इसको you will convert using what rate? Using opening rate of $1 equal to 2D divide by 2, 6,000, ठीक है, less impairment 1200. This you will convert using the average rate, है ना? This you will convert using the average rate. This divided by 3, 400. So गुडविल बैलेंस शुड बी, कितना होना चाहिए? अकॉर्डिंग टू यू इट शुड बी 5,600, बट what is closing goodwill? 10,800 D. This you will convert using closing rate of $1 equal to 4D, है ना? So this upon 4 हो जाएगा 2,700. Now you have an asset whose value you think should be 5,600, but its value has reduced to 2,700. This is forex loss. क्यों हुआ ये forex loss? Because of foreign exchange fluctuations, है ना? This will go under foreign currency translation reserve. And जो impairment of goodwill है वो भी देख लो. Impairment of goodwill कितना है? 400. उसमें share of holding 60%. This into 60%. And share of NCI 40%. This into 40%. देख लो एक बार. NCI 40, share of NCI 40, share of holding company 240. 160 240 का स्प्लिट हो गया. अब शेयर ऑफ होल्डिंग कहां पे एडजस्ट करेंगे? यहां पे एडजस्ट करेंगे. वील कॉल इट लेस इम्पेयरमेंट ऑफ गुडविल. लेस इम्पेयरमेंट ऑफ गुडविल हाउ मच? -240, है ना? एंड एनसीआई का शेयर जाके एनसीआई में डाल दो. यहाँ पे एनसीआई यू आर मेकिंग, राइट? 1,555 तक कर लिया. लेस इम्पेयरमेंट ऑफ गुडविल 160. ओके. एंड ये जो 5,000 है, ट्रांसलेट दिस एट translate using opening rate of $1 equal to 2D. Why? Because ये acquisition date वाला वैल्यू है तो opening rate यूज करो. ठीक है. NCI तक सब कुछ डाल दिया. यहाँ पे राइट डाउन ट्रांसलेशन लॉस ऑन गुडविल कितना आएगा? ट्रांसलेशन
20.
लॉस 2900. सो टोटल फॉरेक्स ट्रांसलेशन लॉस 1722 प्लस 2900 4622. ठीक है, अब ये ट्रांसलेशन लॉस भी सबको एवरीबडी हैज टू बेयर, नॉट जस्ट होल्डिंग कंपनी. सो शेयर ऑफ होल्डिंग कंपनी 60%. कितना हो जाएगा? 4622 इंटू 60%. दिस इज ट्रांसलेशन लॉस सफर्ड बाय होल्डिंग कंपनी. Where should it ideally go? Translation loss suffered by holding company.
ये नहीं मैं
So it's shown separately in balance sheet or like retained earnings.
What do the others think? It will be shown separately in the balance sheet. Show separately in balance sheet with the name foreign currency translation reserve. ठीक है, show separately in balance sheet with the name foreign currency translation reserve. Share of NCI कितना है? 40%. 4622 into 40%. 1848 1849 जो भी है, I will say adjust in NCI. ठीक है, NCI में माइनस करो इसको, लेस फॉरेक्स ट्रांसलेशन रिजर्व माइनस 1849. ठीक है, सो 2046 है ना. NCI is 2046. एक एक करके ऊपर आओ. Let's try to close all the values. Consolidated retained earnings are 3692. ठीक है ना. गुडविल का एडजस्टमेंट क्लोज हो गया आपका. गुडविल यू नो बैलेंस शीट में आपको कितना दिखाना है. इन बैलेंस शीट यू हैव टू शो 2700 वर्थ ऑफ गुडविल. ठीक है, अब यहां पे दिखाओ गुडविल 2700. एक एक. now you have closed all the values. All you need to do is you just need to now post the values in balance sheet and close. शेयर कैपिटल हो गया, शेयर प्रीमियम हो गया, उसके आगे आएगा
Reserve and
कंसोलिडेटेड रिटेन्ड अर्निंग्स. कितना आया आपका? आई थिंक 3692 आया था, है ना. देन नॉन कंट्रोलिंग इंटरेस्ट कितना है? एनसीआई 2046. ठीक है, देन फॉरेन करेंसी translation reserve. This is a loss, so show it with a negative sign. 2773. बाकी तो सब values है आपके. This is 5000. Let's see if the total matches. हो गई आपकी बैलेंस शीट टैली. ब्रेक के बाद I'll revisit the steps. ठीक है, it's 3:08. 17 मिनट्स का ब्रेक लो. 3:25 को वापस आओ. ठीक है. Come back. Is everyone present? Is everyone back?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the steps for consolidating a foreign subsidiary ka balance sheet. It's a 9-step approach. वैसे का वैसा follow करो. You will get all your answers right. ठीक है. I don't want you to waste your time in writing this right now. I just want you to go through this. ठीक है. एक बार पढ़ो इसको.
So please scroll.
Sure.
So scroll, please.
आप पढ़ो. I'll be back in a moment. I'll let you write this later when the sheet is shared with you. I don't want to waste time on that activity right now. ठीक है, अब देर इज स्टेप्स फॉर कंसोलिडेटेड P&L, एक बार जस्ट नजर मार लो उस पे भी।
Done, sir.
Done? Okay. See, I have spent almost what? We started at 1:30, almost 1.5 to quarter to 2 hours I have spent only on doing one question of foreign subsidiary. ठीक है, because it is important or it is time consuming. ठीक है, अब the other part is simpler. When you talk about other foreign operations, the rules covered in this chapter do not apply to subsidiaries only. They also apply to associates and joint arrangements. Income, expense, and other comprehensive income are translated at the exchange rate in place at the date of each transaction. The average rate for the year may be used as an approximation. We know that. Assets and liabilities are translated at the closing rate. Exchange gains and losses are recognized in other comprehensive income. Now, have a look at the question. Don't look at the solution. एक बार question पढ़ो. ठीक है. Now, Parrot purchases 30% of Anaconda on 1st of Jan 2001 for 100 million dinar. The profit of Anaconda for the year ended 31st of December 2001 is 20 million dinar. The other comprehensive income of Anaconda for the year ended 31st December 2001 is 5 million dinar. Relevant exchange rates are given to you. Date, dinar to dollar. On 1st of Jan, 4 dinar to $1. 31st of December, 3 dinar to $1. Average for year to 31st December, 3.6 dinar to $1. Discuss the accounting treatment. ठीक है, Parrot purchases 30% of Anaconda for 100 million on 1st of Jan. Because this is an associate, see 30% holding है मतलब this is an associate. So you will have to use the equity method of accounting. Cost of initial investment plus share of investor in post acquisition profit of associate. Post acquisition profit कितना है? 20 million dinar. Post acquisition OCI कितना है? 5 million dinar. दोनों में 30% का share add करो. That will have to be translated using the average rate. Opening balance will be translated using the opening rate. ठीक है. So have a look at how this will work. Initial investment 100 million का है, translated using the opening rate of 4. तो 100 million dinar becomes $25 million. प्रॉफिट ऑफ एनाकोंडा 20 मिलियन, उसमें इन्वेस्टर का शेयर कितना है, शेयर ऑफ प्रॉफिट 6 मिलियन, 20 मिलियन का 30%, एंड शेयर ऑफ ओसीआई कितना है, 5 मिलियन का 30%, 1.5 मिलियन। ठीक है, अब $1 इक्वल टू 3.6 दिनार है ना। वाई 3.6 दिनार, प्रॉफिट एंड ओसीआई को कन्वर्ट करने के लिए वी विल यूज द एवरेज रेट विच इज 3.6। तो इन योर equity method of accounting, 25 million में add 1.7, add 0.42, closing value would be 27.08। ठीक है, एक्चुअल क्लोजिंग वैल्यू कितना है दीनार में, 100 मिलियन प्लस 6 मिलियन प्लस 1.5 मिलियन, दैट इज 107.5 मिलियन इन दीनार। अब ये जो क्लोजिंग वैल्यू है, दिस हैज टू बी कन्वर्टेड इनटू डॉलर यूजिंग द क्लोजिंग रेट। क्लोजिंग रेट कितना है 3, सो 107.5 डिवाइडेड बाय 3 आएगा 35.83। बट जो कैलकुलेशन आपने किया यूजिंग ओपनिंग रेट एंड एवरेज रेट, उसके बेसिस पे क्लोजिंग वैल्यू इज 27.08 मिलियन डॉलर। ठीक है, द डिफरेंस बिटवीन द टू इज recognized in OCI. So you apply the equity method here, 100 million plus share of profit plus share of OCI, you will get 107.5 million. उसको convert करो using the closing rate, you will get 35.83, and जो इनिशियल इन्वेस्टमेंट है, यू कन्वर्टेड दैट यूजिंग द ओपनिंग रेट। जो शेयर ऑफ प्रॉफिट, शेयर ऑफ ओसीआई है, यू कन्वर्टेड दैट यूजिंग द एवरेज रेट। ये आया 1.7, ये आया 0.42। सो इस कैलकुलेशन के हिसाब से द क्लोजिंग वैल्यू शुड हैव बीन 27.08, लेकिन आया कितना, वैल्यू आया आपका 8.75, सॉरी आपका वैल्यू आया 27.08। दिस कैलकुलेशन के हिसाब से इट केम 35.83। सो एक असेट है जिसका as per calculation the value is coming to 27.08, as per the foreign currency translation it is coming to 35.83, the difference is 8.75 million। ठीक है, this difference is recognized in OCI। जो सब्सिडियरी के लिए किया सेम थिंग, जो गुडविल का ट्रांसलेशन किया था, नेट असेट का ट्रांसलेशन किया था, सेम थिंग विल बी डन फॉर एन एसोसिएट। नाउ इफ एट ऑल दिस कम्स, इट वुड बी अ 2 मार्क एडजस्टमेंट। ठीक है, if at all it comes, it will be a 2 mark adjustment in a 30 mark question। इसको देख लो एक बार अच्छे से। ठीक है, चलो।
So, sir, in balance sheet, it should be 35.83, right?
Yes, this is the value that has to be shown in balance sheet। ठीक है, अब last thing is in this discussion, disposal of foreign ops। On the disposal of foreign operations, the cumulative exchange differences recognized as other comprehensive income and accumulated in a separate component of equity become realized। Basically the same thing, you know, that we used to apply for property, plant and equipment, that till a particular time all the revaluation gain would get recorded in the, where would the revaluation gain go? The revaluation gain would get recorded in revaluation surplus OCI when the item is sold। ठीक है, when the item is sold, the difference goes to P&L, है ना, because then the unrealized gain becomes realized, but you don't transfer it to P&L, you transfer it to retained earnings, because आप current year के P&L में डालोगे इतने सारे साल का revaluation gain, तो it will create an imbalance। ठीक है, अपने बैच में लोग पता है कितने हैं?
50.
And people keep on getting added. रुको एक मिनट. Professional SBR batch. This group has 56 members. Okay. Out of which 6-7 people are from Plutus. Great. 49 तो है. बैठते ही नहीं है. Full list is not sitting for the class. What's the point? ठीक है. जो लोग बैठ रहे हैं वो लोग बेनिफिट करेंगे. एंड मैंने डे 1 पे बताया था ना, मेरे साथ कैचअप गेम खेल नहीं पाओगे. You can't. If you miss out on as much as and you see how slowly I am going. आज मैंने 2 घंटे में सिर्फ एक क्वेश्चन कराया है. उसके बाद क्या करूं मैं आपका नहीं, आपके बाकी फ्रेंड्स का. मानव, what will happen to your friends?
So which friends?
Oh, I like that statement. Very good. It is your friend's birthday, right?
Yes, sir.
A real life friend.
He's my best friend.
Okay.
And he is a cost management accountant. CMA.
Okay. At my age, we don't have those. We don't have best friends at our age. So बीच में I saw someone's Diwali party का photos. You know, full week this person was doing Diwali parties. Of course, he was from Delhi, West Delhi. So I counted how many parties he attended. I don't even have those many friends. जितने उसने parties attend की, उतने friend भी नहीं है. And Manav, how many Diwali parties did you attend?
No, sir. No Diwali parties at all.
No Diwali parties. Okay.
No. Only celebrated at my home only.
Okay.
Didn't go anywhere else.
Me too. Okay. One last thing. This disposal of foreign operations. See, I had planned foreign subsidiary for today, जो मैंने कर लिया है. तो इसके आगे फिर हम क्या करेंगे?
कुछ एक्स्ट्रा.
Of course. क्या हम घर? Will I leave you?
हाँ सर,
Definitely not.
बैकलॉग है, क्लियर कर लेंगे थोड़ा.
Trick question.
वो that you are supposed to do on your time, not on my time, Shubh. Because I know for a fact तू क्लास खत्म करके सो जाएगा. पढ़ेगा
नहीं
तो
सर,
बिल्कुल नहीं.
नहीं सर, सोने का तो सवाल ही नहीं है.
So I think live lectures attend करना ज़्यादा better है, because ये लोग lectures time पे upload करते नहीं. Will wait for I think 3 to 4 days. वो बहुत फिर it's really annoying. Like I had to wait for at least 3 days. मैं दिवाली के next day ही बैठ गया था. I thought कि I had planned this, then I'll cover up the lecture. वो upload ही नहीं हो रहा, मैं कहाँ से देखूँ? Very annoying.
Very, very. Tell me about it, Manav. I'm inclined to believe, or I want to believe, that all of Delhi NCR doesn't work this way, right? There is speed, है ना?
नहीं sir, I don't think. You expect speed only in Mumbai and Bangalore. Like these people are more diligent than Delhi NCR.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, Gautam, you have been validated, huh?
Like I assume that we people are but lethargic, and in many terms.
Okay. What does Karan have to say? Because Karan is also a Delhi wala that way.
Like
Or-
he's originated from Delhi. He doesn't live in Delhi.
Yeah, but
It
No,
creates
I
a lot of
live
it creates
almost
a lot of
like
difference.
18 years.
18 years you were in Delhi.
हाँ सर, 12th पूरी पास की है दिल्ली से.
Okay. ठीक है.
अभी भी जाते रहते हैं.
Okay. Hopefully, quick uploading of videos very, very soon. You know what that means. Don't spell it out. चलो, तब तक यशिका का तो खत्म हो जाएगा. So she will clear both papers this quarter. So That other part doesn't apply.
Hopefully, sir.
Yes, of course you will. मैंने सुबह डाटा ना AFM में.
Yes, sir.
आपको नहीं डाटा, but in general डाट दिया. This a preemptive strike होता है ना. This is a preemptive strike. कोई कुछ करे उससे पहले डांट के रख दो ताकि थोड़ी पढ़ाई होगी. ये देखो अभी. The Lums Group, क्या फालतू नाम है, has sold its entire 100% holding in an overseas subsidiary for proceeds of 50,000. The net assets at the date of disposal were 20,000 and the carrying amount of goodwill at that date was 10,000. The cumulative balance on the group foreign currency reserve is a gain of 5,000. Discuss how the disposal should be accounted for in the consolidated financial statements. Consolidated financial statements में gain और loss on disposal होगा. Proceeds of disposal 50 less. Net assets of subsidiary at disposal date 20. Goodwill of subsidiary at disposal date 10,000. यहाँ पे लिखा है goodwill is 10,000 on the date of disposal. This is a 100% subsidiary, so NCI कुछ भी नहीं है. So subtract 30. Gain on disposal is 20,000 to be shown in consolidated financial statements. The gain of 5,000 in group foreign currency reserve will be reclassified to P&L from OCI. They are saying कि group foreign currency reserve में 5,000 का gain है. तो वो जो gain है in foreign currency translation reserve, which we discussed by the way, is an OCI item. It will get reclassified from OCI to P&L. अब ये सारे ना one line conclusions है. Now, by some stroke of luck, this might even get tested in ethics. Ki, you know, they did not change it from OCI to P&L. So, what is the problem? What is the problem? Professional competence is a problem, right? So, this can be tested in many different ways. One of the ways is in this manner. Okay. If you want to master foreign subsidiary, listen to what I'm saying. You will get the sheet today after the session. Make sure that you practice the question at least 2 to 3 times. Once by watching the recording, keep Tuesday for this. By the time, hopefully it should be there, right? So Tuesday को recording देखो, recording देख के पूरा देख के question solve करो, ठीक है? Second time, watch the recording, shut the notebook, and then try to solve the question on your own. And third time, don't watch the recording, simply read the question and do it on your own. The old Indian trick of doing it 2 to 3 times actually makes a difference. Plus, because this is ACCA exam, इसके ऊपर का कोई complexity will not come in the paper. That question had everything. It had a rectification adjustment also. ठीक है? It also had one application of IAS 21 plus foreign currency translation reserve था, revaluation था, दुनिया भर के सारे adjustments वहां पे हो रहे थे. So if you do this question 3 times, guys, nothing like it. Absolutely nothing, and you will not face a problem in foreign subsidiary. But if you don't do it in the upcoming week or in the next 10 days, आप भूल जाओगे. फिर coming back to that 1 month from now is going to be a hassle. तो if you think कि 1 महीने के बाद मैं foreign subsidiary कर लूंगा, तो ऐसा नहीं होगा. You will not be able to deliver that. ठीक है? So just make sure that you are on top of the practice part, and practice part भी अगर आप time से अच्छे से कर लो, तो you will not face any other challenge. ठीक है? Now, with that under our belt, I don't want to pick up a new topic today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up a couple of past exam questions from the exam kit. And these are not difficult questions. ये section B के एक ethics का question है, if I'm not mistaken in my sheet. And नहीं, तीनों के तीनों questions जो है वो section B के questions है, और 25 markers, which will give you like a full roundabout feeling of, you know, जो भी अपने accounting standards we have seen so far, you will keep on, you know, getting that taste of that topic again and again. 3 questions मुझे करना है आपके साथ अभी, but I'll pick up the easier ones for now. I'll not pick up the tougher ones. ठीक है? I'll give you the question for reading in the first place. I want you to read the question. I'm sending it on the WhatsApp group. Take 5 to 6 minutes. पढ़ो अच्छे से, and then we'll discuss it together. ठीक है? This is question number 36 from the exam kit, Jobon company. ठीक है, start करो. Take 5 minutes, read it carefully, then we'll do it together. Chalo. Let's read the question and understand the expectation. Using Exhibit 1, explain why the CGUs should have been tested for impairment. Discuss whether the methods used to calculate the value in use and discount rate are acceptable. Using Exhibit 2 only, discuss whether Tilt company should have been classified as a disposal group held for sale and its results presented as arising from discontinued operations in the consolidated financial statements. Using Exhibit 3, explain whether receipt of the signed letter on 1st of April 2008 affects your answer to Part B, and explain whether deferred tax asset should be recognized in the financial statements. अब ये जो part है deferred tax asset, we haven't done this accounting standard, तो ये वाला part we'll not be able to do. ठीक है, ये second part C2 नहीं होगा, but बाकी everything else we can tackle. Now, Jobon Company is the parent company of a clothing retail group. The financial year end is 31st of December 2007. The following exhibits provide information relevant to the question. Impairment of cash generating units provides details on impairment test carried out on CGUs. Sale of subsidiary describes the plan to sell a wholly owned subsidiary, and after date events describes events after the reporting period which may impact the accounting treatment and presentation of the wholly owned subsidiary. Jobon company is a lessee. It leases a number of commercial properties which it uses as its retail stores. As a result of an increase in customer online shopping, Jobon company's revenue from these retail stores has halved. Each retail store is a CGU and comprises right of use assets, fixtures and fittings, and allocated central assets. So of assets of the head office, uska value has been split amongst the different stores. ठीक है, Jobon company calculated that a total impairment loss of 50 million should be recognized in relation to the retail store CGU. Jobon company deducted the lease liability when calculating the net carrying amount of the CGUs for impairment purposes. Jobon company assessed value in use to be the recoverable amount. Instead of deducting lease liabilities from value in use, Jobon company included contractual lease payments within the future estimated net cash flow of the CGU. The future estimated net cash flows used to evaluate value in use were determined using internal management forecast covering the next 10 years. These future estimated net cash flows also included cost of 5 million to install advertising technology in the properties to enhance the CGU's performance. The future estimated net cash flows were discounted at 5%. This is the weighted average cost of capital of another company in the retail sector which purchased rather than leased its commercial properties. The interest rate implicit in the lease was 4%. They have asked you, first question may explain why CGUs should have been tested for impairment and discuss whether the methods used to calculate the value in use and discount rate are acceptable. See, when you are calculating value in use, IAS 36 का requirement है cash flow projections should be based on reasonable assumptions and the most recent budgets and forecast. The cash flow projections should relate to the asset's current condition and should exclude expenditure to improve or enhance it. For periods in excess of 5 years, the management should extrapolate from earlier budgets using a steady declining or zero growth rate. Management should assess the accuracy of their budgets by investigating the reasons for any differences between forecast and actual cash flows. अब यहाँ पे, do you believe that this has been honored? Are the cash flow projections based on recent budgets and forecasts? Or the cash flow projections should relate to the asset's current condition and expenditure to improve or enhance it. They are also including these future estimated net cash flows also included cost of 5 million to install advertising technology in the property to enhance the CGU's performance. What they are saying is that you should consider the cash flows from the asset as it is, as the situation is, without making any changes or without making any improvements, right? But they are saying that there is an advertising expenditure that will be incurred. Installing advertising technology in the properties, it will enhance the CGU's performance. So this item should not be included. Okay. Then what else is the problem? See, you should use the interest rate implicit in the lease for the purpose of discounting, right? What rate have they used? Interest rate implicit in the lease is 4%. Weighted average cost of capital is 5%. Which of the two rates should be used for discounting?
4%.
4%.
5% is WACC of another company in the retail sector, which is not you, it is somebody else's WACC. तो वो use करना भी problematic होगा. That is not fair. And why do you think the assets should have been tested for impairment? That is the first question, right? Explain why the CGUs should have been tested for impairment. Are there any indicators of impairment present? Check karo to.
The
External
stores have
indicators.
halved, sir. So there is
So
no
sales
more
have-
sale from the stores.
So the revenue generation capacity of the store has become half, right? जो पहले था उसका half हो गया. So you are calling this an external indicator. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is there any other indicator of impairment present here?
Change in customers' preference.
ऐसा लिखा है.
This increase in customer online shopping.
And that relates to the dropping sales, right? So that serves as a good enough external indicator of impairment.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's see how to frame this answer. IAS 36 requires the entity to test for impairment at each reporting date when there is an indication that the asset or the CGU is impaired. If indicators of impairment are present, the entity should evaluate the recoverable amount of the asset CGU by comparing value in use and fair value less cost to sell. Now, there are internally generated sources, there are internal sources of information, and then there are external sources of information. Okay. Internally generated reports which could point towards declining cash flows. There could be external indicators of impairment like decline in market capitalization. So I'm just giving out examples here. Okay. In this paragraph, you can give examples of other indicators of impairment as well. Jobon company has experienced that due to increase in online shopping, the revenue from retail stores has halved. This indicates a decline in capacity to generate future economic benefits or cash flows, indicating a decline in value in use, and therefore testing for impairment is necessary. The point that we discussed, you guys pointed out correctly that declining sales, sales becoming half, customers shifting more to online shopping is an indicator of the fact that the capacity of the stores to generate future economic benefits has gone down. And if the capacity to generate future economic benefits has gone down, then don't you think that is an indicator of impairment? Right. Second part, यहाँ पे आप लिखो as per IAS 36 while estimating the value in use, the company should use the cash flow forecast of 5 years unless a longer period can be justified. Even in that case, the cash flows beyond the 5th year should be estimated using a steady declining or zero growth rate. What? Why did we say that? We said that because the accounting standard specifically said for periods in excess of 5 years, the management should extrapolate from earlier budgets using a steady declining or zero growth rate. Okay. So the management has considered internal forecast for 10 years, and unless the above mentioned precautions are applied, usage of cash flows for 10 years is not in line with IAS 36. IAS 36 is specifically telling you कि एक तो आप 5 years के forecast को use करो. ठीक है, use the forecast of 5 years. If you want to go beyond the 5th year, extrapolate the data. Extrapolate the data मतलब look at the trend of the first 5 years, use that trend to predict the data from year 6 onwards. ठीक है, and while you do that, you should use a steady declining or zero growth rate. Only when these precautions are taken, you can apply a 10-year period. यहाँ पे the management has considered internal forecasts for 10 years, and unless the above mentioned precautions are applied, usage of cash flows for 10 years is not as per IAS 36. ठीक है, then cash flow projections should relate to the asset's current condition and should exclude expenditure to improve or enhance. In this case, यहाँ पे the management has deducted the advertising expenditure as well. Advertising expenditure has been incurred in order to enhance the performance or generate more sales, so the same should not be considered in calculations. ठीक है, and see, तो ये दो points तो हमने already negate कर दिए कि why their value in use calculation is not right. Then if the buyer is taking over the liabilities of CGU, then those specific liabilities which are being assumed by the buyer should be subtracted while calculating the carrying amount, value in use, and all other calculations. What does that mean? यहाँ पे देखो क्या लिखा है. यहाँ पे लिखा है Jobon company deducted the lease liabilities when calculating the net carrying amount of the CGU for impairment. Jobon company assessed value in use to be the recoverable amount. Instead of deducting lease liabilities from value in use, Jobon included contractual lease payments within the future estimated net cash flow of the CGU. ठीक है. अब when you are doing, see, when you are calculating recoverable amount, what do? You compare fair value less cost to sell and you compare value in use. Value in use matlab future cash flows ka calculate the present value of future cash flows and then include those numbers in your calculation. ठीक है. यहाँ पे what they have done is, and see, when you calculate fair value less cost to sell, तो जो fair value less cost to sell का calculation होगा, उसमें आपको total assets minus all the outside liabilities you will have to subtract, right? Fair value less cost to sell of that particular cash generating unit. You will have to consider all assets minus all liabilities. What they are saying is that Jobon company deducted assessed value in use to be recoverable amount. Instead of deducting the lease liabilities from VIU, they included contractual lease payments within the future estimated net cash flows. तो consistency नहीं है calculation में, is what we are trying to say. If you are deducting lease liabilities from carrying amount, you should deduct that from value in use वाला calculation also ना. एक value in use होता है, एक fair value less cost to sell होता है. तो दोनों जगह पे that amount should have been deducted. But these guys deducted that only at one place and not at the other, which thereby created an inconsistency in calculation. See, the point is sub jagah subtract karo, ideally. You cannot have a situation where you subtracted it while calculating the carrying amount, but while calculating the value in use, you refuse to subtract that. तो वो भी एक आपका mismatch हो जाएगा in the current situation. So that is another problem in value in use calculation, right? उसके ऊपर company has used a 5% rate for the purpose of discounting. This is the WACC of another company, and using that for discounting our cash flows is incorrect. Ideally, the discount rate for this VIO calculation should be pre-tax rate, which reflects the current market assessment of time value of money and the risk specific to the asset for which the future cash flow estimates have not been adjusted. This means that Jobon company should incorporate the interest rate implicit in the lease for the discounting purposes, right? अगर आपके पास, see, you are talking about one specific department, one specific cash generating unit, तो you will have to understand कि यार वो specific cash generating unit जो है, what is its risk profile, what are its assets and liabilities, how is it financed. You will have to consider all of those points and then only you will calculate the value in use. वो discounting rate आपको use करना पड़ेगा. या फिर if you don't have that, you use the कैलकुलेशन फॉर, मतलब जो आपका इंटरेस्ट रेट इम्प्लिसिट इन द लीज है वो यूज करो. बट दूसरे कंपनी का WACC यूजिंग दैट फॉर डिस्काउंटिंग योर कैश फ्लोज इज, इट्स नॉट राइट. उससे कुछ भी पर्पस सर्व नहीं होगा. डू यू अग्री? सो नाउ टेल मी, we solved two questions yesterday, we are doing one question right now. Have you performed a single calculation?
नो सर.
फुकट में ट्रिपल ए को बदनाम करके रखा है. SBR is also a theory paper, as you can observe. ठीक है, have a look. एक बार read the full answer from the top. Is Joshal in the class? No.
Scroll.
Sure. Yes, tell me.
Sir, calculation of value in use, the third paragraph.
Hmm.
Can you just once again explain it?
See, when you calculate or when you perform any calculation, there has to be a consistency, right? When you are calculating your carrying amount, उस time पे you are subtracting your lease liability, right? So the same should be subtracted while calculating the while doing your value in use calculations also, and while doing fair value less cost to sell also, right? सब जगह पे वो subtract होना चाहिए. Here they have not subtracted the uh, lease liabilities while doing the value in use calculation. So for that purpose, the calculation is inconsistent. That is the problem. कि एक जगह में subtract हुआ, दूसरे जगह में subtract नहीं हुआ. Now let's imagine that while you are doing this in the exam, you are unable to think of point 3. Okay. If you are unable to think of point 3, that's still okay. The first 2 points will fetch you, say, maybe 5 marks out of 8. It's okay if you can't write all the points, but you should be able to write at least 2 to 3 points in the exam. ठीक है, तो always go for the low hanging fruit first. जो आपको सबसे easily दिखेगा सामने, go for that first, and then maybe for the more complex ones. ठीक है.
So scroll.
Sure.
Sir, in the use of discount rate, if the company had used its own WACC, so that would be correct, right? But it has used its
Yes.
for the
अब current circumstances में this seems like the most appropriate rate, right? Current circumstances में interest rate implicit in the lease seems like the most appropriate rate, which is why we are using it. Ideally, see, when you are doing when you are doing the value in use calculations, you should only look at your own WACC. है ना, खुद का WACC is the best way for discounting. वो नहीं है तो you are using interest rate implicit in the lease, because there are leased items involved there. वहाँ पे leased assets is a big chunk of the CGU का asset, which is why you are using that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be using it. ठीक है? Okay. चलो. Let's look at the second part of the question. ये देखो. In the consolidated financial statements for year ended 31st of December 6 and 7, Jobon Company classified a wholly owned subsidiary Tilt Company as a disposal group held for sale. Tilt Company's results were also presented as arising from discontinued operations in the consolidated statement of profit and loss for both the years. Tilt Company is a geographically distinct component of the Jobon Group. In the jurisdiction, sales of shareholdings in subsidiaries require authorization from shareholders of the parent company. Okay. To sell the shares of subsidiary, you need authorization from the shareholders of the parent company. And mostly are ये shareholders of parent company जो है ये authorization कब देंगे? Basically, a meeting would have to be conducted for that. एक shareholders का meeting रखना पड़ेगा. In that meeting of shareholders, that is when that approval will be given, correct? And on 1st of May, the shareholders of Jobon Company authorized management to sell all of the shares held in Tilt Company within the next 12 months. But thereafter, the management would have to ask for further approval to sell the shares. At the same time, Jobon Company instructed its agents to sell the shares as soon as possible at the current market price. The shares had not been sold by 31st of December 2006. In Feb 2007, Jobon company reallocated the online sales division of another subsidiary to Tilt company. As a result, Tilt company recruited additional employees and purchased new computer equipment. At the shareholder meeting in May 2007, there was no discussion on or further approval for the sale of Tilt company. The updated instructions given to the agents by its directors on 1st of May stated that they were authorized to sell the shares in Tilt company if cumulative losses suffered by Tilt company exceeded 20 million. Tilt company had made quarterly losses of up to 4.5 million per quarter during 2007. ठीक है. अब this is the situation. अब इसको कैसे डील करेंगे? They want you to answer whether this has to be classified as a disposal group. For a subsidiary to be classified as a disposal group, the management should be committed to a plan of sale. The asset is available for immediate sale without any changes. Active program to locate a buyer is initiated. The sale is highly probable within 12 months of classification as held for sale. Asset is being actively marketed for sales at a price reasonable in relation to its fair value, and actions required to complete the plan indicate that it is unlikely that the plan will be significantly changed or withdrawn. अब यहाँ पे देखो, write down all these conditions. See, what is Tilt company? Tilt company is a geographically distinct component of the Jobon group. ठीक है? And 1st of May 2006 को, the shareholders of Jobon authorized the management to sell all of its shares within the next 12 months. So shareholder का approval चाहिए था, shareholder का approval मिल गया. But so 31st of December 2006 वाले balance sheet में, it is still okay to show it as a disposal group held for sale. But in May 2007, in Feb 2007 only, what the company did was it allocated the online sales division of another company to Tilt. Tilt company recruited other people. So if you are allocating another division to Tilt company, if you are increasing the hiring in that particular company, and no further discussion or approval has been obtained, don't you think all of these are indicators of the fact that the company has changed its mind? Why would you allocate a new division to a company that you want to dispose of? आप नहीं करोगे ना. Under the regular circumstances, I don't think that is a possibility that you will add another division to this particular company, right? Plus, you have hired new people. Don't you think all of these point out in the opposite direction that the company is not interested in selling this particular CGU, right? And the updated instructions given to the agents by the directors on 1st of May stated that they were authorized to sell the shares if the cumulative losses suffered by Tilt company exceeded 20 million. ठीक है. The company made losses of approximately 4.5 per quarter. 4.5 per quarter, तो 4 quarter का 18 million हो जाएगा, right? So even that trigger point has not happened. Plus 2000, the approval that you had taken on 1st of May 2006, it was applicable for a period of 12 months, right? उसके बाद you will need a fresh approval, and there have been no talks about getting a fresh approval anywhere. So don't you think that in 2007, the conditions that need to be fulfilled for classifying that as a non-current asset, a disposal group held for sale, those are not getting fulfilled in the year 2007. They were getting fulfilled in 2006. So year ended 31st of December 2006 को, you can show it as a disposal group. But for year ended 31st of December 2007, it will not be possible. Do you agree? हमने क्या किया
Yes,
इस क्वेश्चन में? We noted down the provisions of the standard and we tried to map each provision. ठीक है. एक बार पढ़ो तो. Classification and presentation on 2006 and 2007. Read both.
Done, sir.
ठीक है?
Yes, sir.
चलो. So these are the kind of questions that will be tested in your exam. ठीक है? अब let's take a quick break. Let's come back in 15 minutes. Then we'll discuss the third part of the question. Deferred tax हम discuss नहीं कर पाएंगे because we haven't done that yet. तो चलो ऐसा करते हैं, पार्ट्स ही डिस्कस करके फिर आपको ब्रेक देता हूँ. एटलीस्ट एक क्वेश्चन कंप्लीट हो जाएगा. On 1st of April, after the publication of preliminary results of the group, but before the authorization of CFS, Jobon company received a signed letter from a third party company outlining its intention to purchase Tilt company. The transaction price was far below the original price paid by Jobon due to significant losses of Tilt company. The sale was agreed to complete on 1st of Jan 2009. At 1st of April 2008, the shareholders approved this sale. ठीक है? The question is whether receipt of the signed letter on 1st of April 2008 affects your answer to part B. Using exhibit 2, discuss whether Tilt company should have been classified as a disposal group. वो हो गया. And whether receipt of the signed letter on 1st of April 2008 affects your answer to part B. What is that signed letter doing for you? एक बार देखो तो. लेटर में क्या लिख के दिया है आपने? Not आपने. What has the other party given to you in writing?
Outlining its
Intent to
intention to
purchase.
purchase that Tilt company.
Okay. Now, please understand that this letter, what role is this letter trying to play? See, the moment we are talking about events after balance sheet date, whether it is an adjusting or a non-adjusting event. See, preliminary results of the group had been published. The financial statements had not been authorized for issue. So, if a letter of intent आ रहा है आपके पास, can that be taken as the authorization of? Does that make the sale of Tilt company highly probable?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And is it an adjusting event or a non-adjusting event? See, held for sale criteria. What is an adjusting event? It confirms the existence of something which was already existing on the balance sheet date, right? Something which was already existing on the balance sheet date, this only confirms that. है ना? Now tell me, in the given situation, on 31st of December 2007, were you fulfilling the conditions for calling it as held for sale, which were confirmed on 1st of April? See, the received a signed letter from a third party on 1st of April outlining its intention to purchase Tilt company. The transaction price was far below the original price paid by Jobon. The sale was agreed to be completed on 1st of Jan 2009, and the shareholders approved the sale on 1st of April. Now, letter of intent आ गया, shareholders approved everything, that is great. But the point is, ये कब हुआ? ये 1st of April 2008 को हुआ, right? अब on 31st of December 2007, was any of this happening? Did conditions for this intention to purchase, were they existing on 31st of December 2007 कि ये बाद में पैदा हुआ है? This came into existence later. There were no indications that something like this was unfolding on 31st of December 2007. So this is a non-adjusting event. Adjusting event कब होगा? When the discussions or the negotiations with the other party had started. It only got confirmed later. Then it would have been an adjusting event ki discussion chalu ho gaya, negotiation chalu ho gaya. Then so this is the situation, and now you have confirmed that on 1st of April. But aisa nahi hua hai. Everything happened after 31st of December. What is an adjusting event? An adjusting event confirms the occurrence or non-occurrence of something which was already existing on the balance sheet date. Yahan pe this was not existing on 31st of December 2007. The conditions for held for sale jo hai, wo kab fulfill ho raha hai? 1st of April 2008 ko it is getting fulfilled. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
When is it getting fulfilled?
Yes,
Getting fulfilled on 1st of April 2008. So from that date, you will say, ki, okay, this is a disposal group. But 31st of December 2007, it is still not a disposal group, right? For that to happen, you should have those conditions should have existed on the balance sheet date. ठीक है, एक बार पढ़ो पार्ट सी.
Done.
Sir, we
Sir,
would
if
be
the
giving a
letter of
note in
intent,
the.
Mm-hmm.
So would we be giving a note in the financial statements about?
Disclosure, yes, disclosure will happen, but this is not an adjusting event.
Yeah.
So, which is why our conclusion also is that it will remain unadjusted. Adjusting event कब होगा? When conditions existed on the balance sheet date. Right now, conditions कब fulfill हुए? 1st of April 2008 को. Nothing was there on the balance sheet date, right? ठीक है, cool. चलो, it's 4:30. Let's take a 15-minute break. Come back at 4:45. We'll continue. Chalo guys, come back. करे एक और question. Did you understand the last one? How to
Yes,
write?
sir.
What exactly is going to be tested in the exam? Gwyneth,
Yes, sir.
Gautam. So let's do one more. This is again ये थोड़ा सा नया question है relatively. As in naya in the sense they have been 2024 wala question hai. I'm sending it on the group. Uh, Not a very straightforward type of question. थोड़ा सा अलग type of question है. देखो. Then let's do it together. ठीक है? Take 5 minutes and read it. 5 minutes. ठीक है? चलो, with reference to IFRS conceptual framework for financial reporting, briefly explain why disclosures relating to judgments and estimates are important. 3 marks. With regards to accounting for business combination, outline 3 examples where management judgment or estimate is required. 3 marks. No need to refer to a specific exhibit to answer part A. Using Exhibit 1, critically assess the extent to which Maple Company's disclosure of judgment and estimate is useful for investors. 2 professional marks for quality of discussion. Explain why Maple Company should establish an accounting policy where an issue is not directly addressed by IFRS standard. 3 marks. Using Exhibit 2, discuss whether directors' decision to not recognize the third-party loan and preference shares is in accordance with IFRS standards. So first 6 marks का जो है out of 25, they have told you to not even refer to any exhibit. Explain why, with reference to IFRS conceptual framework, explain why disclosures relating to judgments and estimates are important for investors. अब ये ऐसा question है ना जिसका answer has to be framed on the basis of common sense. कैसे करेंगे आप? What will you do here? Why is disclosure of judgments and estimates important for investors?
So because investors are the stakeholders of the company, and it is in a very crucial, or I can say very complicated industry. It is a mining industry, so it has environmental hazards and everything. So
Mining कहाँ से आया?
नहीं, माइनिंग एक्टिविटीज है ना ये कंपनी के ऊपर.
नोट में क्या लिखा है देखो तो.
हाँ, डू नॉट रिफर. हाँ,
That means if you refer, you will not get marks. See, the point is, an entity will make judgments and estimates in preparing the financial statements. Can you tell me some areas where these judgments and estimates are made? 2-3 areas बताओ.
Amount of depreciation.
Can you elaborate?
So percentage of, so like percentage to be charged on a PP, like percentage, how much percentage depreciation we should allow.
Estimated residual value.
Estimation.
provisions.
Okay. Now think about it. When I'm talking about depreciation, I'm making an estimate of the useful life. I'm making an estimate about the residual value, right? So if these two estimates are made, तभी जाके मेरा depreciation calculate हो पाएगा, right? The entire depreciation calculation hinges very heavily on the calculation on the estimate values that you have made. आपका value in use में आप cash flow estimates use करते हो. Then estimated selling price minus estimated cost to sell. When you are calculating NRV, you make use of estimates. So estimates and judgments are used throughout the preparation of financial statements. And do you agree that they have a very significant effect on the values in balance sheet P&L? The values in balance sheet P&L are very heavily affected by the judgments and estimates made, which is why a description of the estimates used and the judgments that have been relied upon have to be given in the financial statements. Okay. It also helps to establish an understanding of the changes that are going to take place, right? Description of management's thinking is an area with see, जहाँ पे judgment involved है वहाँ पे naturally manipulation का scope भी ज़्यादा है. जहाँ पे estimate involved है वहाँ पे भी manipulation का scope बहुत ज़्यादा है. So when you make a complete disclosure of estimates and judgments, the investors get to know कि यार how much of these values, समझो there are 10 values जिसमें से NRV is an estimate, useful life is an estimate, residual value is an estimate, value in use is an estimate. तो investors after looking at the financial statements know कि यार ऐसे कितने values है which could be susceptible to manipulation and misstatement, right? So which is why the extent of judgments and the extent of estimates. Once they are given, the investors will know here out of these 10 values, how many values are confirmed values and how many values have used estimates, which will require judgment from the management. ठीक है, ये first part हो गया. Second part, with regards to accounting for a business combination, give three examples where you use it. Tell me three areas where you apply estimates and judgments. बताना तो.
Sir, while reliably measuring the provision.
ये इसके रिलेटेड है ना, मैंने बिजनेस कॉम्बिनेशन पूछा, प्रोविजन कहाँ से आया? कंसोलिडेशन के टाइम कहाँ कहाँ पे एन एस्टिमेट इज यूज्ड और अ जजमेंट इज यूज्ड, नॉट नेसेसरीली एन एस्टिमेट बट अ जजमेंट.
Sir, identifying fair value of NCI.
You are saying that judgment is used. Okay, what else? In classification of the target entity, do we use judgments there? When I say classification of target entity, whether
Like whether it's a subsidiary or associate, in that manner.
yeah, I mean, आ सकता है ना. See, imagine a situation where you have a 70% holding in another company, but there are indicators of unanimous control and a unanimous decision making. So in that case, it will have to be classified as a joint control wala situation. And if it is so वहां पे भी तो you are applying a judgment only ना. Then in deciding who is the acquirer, right? वहां पे भी judgment लग रहा है. और कहाँ पे judgment apply हो रहा है? Tell me. Fair value of assets, वहां पे भी you are applying an estimate. Then impairment of goodwill, वहां पे भी, right? Fair value of subsidiaries, identifiable net assets, somebody said fair value of NCI, वहां पे भी लगेगा. So there are multiple areas in business combination जहां पे estimates are used. ठीक है, so that is the list that we have to make. तो आप ये part पढ़ो, तब तक I'll make a list of all these items. Read this part, तब तक I will write down part A. Areas where judgments are used in business combinations. आप लिखो तब तक. I'm mentioning these. Whether an investee is a subsidiary or associate, ठीक है. Then whether an acquisition is a ठीक है. इसके आपको 3 marks मिलेंगे. Write any 3 or 4. And here we spoke about the importance of disclosure. Now here there is no perfect answer. For part A1, you will not find a perfect answer anywhere, because it truly depends upon, see, it depends upon how you explain your point. You have to drive home the fact that yes, the decisions that are made on, how is depreciation calculated, or, how is value in use calculated. Some amount of judgment is required, because unless you do that, you will never be able to arrive at an answer. And users of financial statements are well within their rights to know कि यार in all of these areas where exactly is a judgment being applied, because जहां जहां पे judgment apply हो रहा है, all of those areas are susceptible to misstatement. ठीक है? So that is part A1 and part A2. For this, if you refer to the given question, you will end up losing marks. So because they have specifically told you ना, specifically बोला है आपको कि you are not supposed to refer to that particular part, so don't refer to that particular part. ठीक है? Now, second part of the question जो है, that is specific to exhibit. Using exhibit 1, critically assess the extent to which Maple Company's disclosure of judgment and estimates is useful for investors. Exhibit 1 देखो. Maple Company is a company in the mining industry. The financial year end of Maple Company is 31st of December 2007. The following exhibits provide information relevant to the question. Judgments and estimates note. Provide an extract from a disclosure note to the financial statements of Maple Company relating to the use of management judgment and estimates. And fifth, second part. Maple Company is a company in the mining industry. It mines materials known as ore and stores them for future use. The amount of ore stored is known as an ore reserve. The following is an extract from the financial statement disclosure note of Maple Company for the year ended 31st of December 2007. It concerns the impact of key judgments and estimates around ore and ore reserves on the financial statements. PPE. Mining equipment is depreciated using the units of production method. Depreciation in the financial year is calculated based on the increase in ore reserves during the period as a percentage of total proved ore and probable unmined ore. The company uses its own engineers to estimate probable unmined ore within a mine. So in a mine, जहाँ से you are doing the extraction of minerals, the idea is that what the company is doing is there is a mining equipment, and they are depreciating that using the units of production method. Depreciation in a financial year is calculated based on increase in ore reserves during the period as a percentage of total proved ore. Matlab on the basis of survey that you have done, maybe there is 2000 tons of mineral, and you also expect that there is another 1000 ton of probable unmined ore. Matlab आपके हिसाब से 1000 more might be there, it is highly probable that it will be there, and 2000 is proven. So iska percentage you are using in order to make in order to calculate the depreciation. Now they have given disclosure about depreciation method. It conveys full information to the users about how depreciation is calculated, right? Now, depreciation recognized on the basis of estimates of unmined ore, company uses its own experts ऐसा लिख के दिया है. Now, users of financial statements may believe that involving external experts will bring in more objectivity in calculation and will lead to a more faithful representation of the financial statements. Right now, the company is using its own people, right? Internal resources, because they are under your control, they will say whatever you want them to say. But if there are external experts involved, then they are most likely to give a more objective evaluation of the situation. यहाँ पे पूछा क्या है? पूछा आपको ये है, critically assess the extent to which Maple Company's disclosure of judgments and estimates is useful for investors. तो आपने ये information तो बता दिया, but you mentioned that you are using your own engineers, when in fact the stakeholders who are looking at these financial statements, they might believe कि यार, if this analysis, this survey was done by an external third party, then there was a better chance that it would give a more accurate and a more reliable evaluation. Okay. So when you are saying critically evaluate the disclosures, that is what they mean. Don't just talk about the problems with it, also talk about the points in favor. अब ऐसा question is, see, they are not asking you ki tell me accounting standard IAS 16 mein what are the disclosure requirements. They are not saying IAS 36 mein what are the disclosure requirements. If you really think about it, Solving this question on one hand requires the knowledge of many accounting standards, but this question can also be done on the basis of pure common sense, right? अब ये देखो, look at PPE वाला part.
Done so.
ठीक है, चलो अब let's look at the disclosure note on provisions. What have they done there? The recognition and measurement of environmental restoration and decommissioning provision requires judgment and is based on assumptions and estimates regarding the date of the mine closure. The date will change as estimates of probable unmined ore are updated. The group considers it unlikely that a reasonably possible change to mine closure dates would have a material impact on the provisions, and as such, no sensitivity analysis has been provided. Significant judgment is required to determine the cost associated with restoration work. External independent experts are involved in cost estimation process, but there remains significant estimation uncertainty. Now, is this adequate? See, on one hand, they have made a reference to external independent experts who are involved in doing this. This means that estimates are more likely to be they are likely to be closer to the actual number because external unbiased people have done it. Okay, rather than using the estimates made by internal persons. So they can have more confidence. So that is one part which is sorted. Now, in this case, the investors are also informed in the note that there is a significant level of uncertainty, and telling them this part is important because if the mines are closed earlier than expected, cash outflows might be required sooner than anticipated. So mine can close down after 2 years also, after 8 years also, after 15 years also. But there is a significant uncertainty in estimating this 2, 8, and 15. Why is that so? Because if the mines are closed earlier than expected, cash outflows might be required sooner than anticipated. And if they are required sooner than anticipated, then naturally that will change a lot of cash flows. Maybe आपको 2 साल के बाद ही पैसा देना पड़ेगा for restoration, right? So that part is there. Maple Company has not provided a sensitivity analysis वहां पे दिया है in relation to the impact of mine closure plans on restoration and decommissioning provision. See, if you give information about that, it will help the users of financial statements make a better informed decision. उनको पता चलेगा कि यार if instead of 2 years it closes down in 1 year, what will be the impact? If instead of 4 years it closes down in 6 months, what will be the impact? So that sensitivity analysis would be important. ठीक है, so उसका देखो approach. Look at the provisions part. ठीक है, इज एवरीवन विथ मी?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
इन्वेंट्री का देखो, accounting for inventory of ore involves the use of judgment and estimates, particularly in relation to the measures and valuation of work in progress. Certain estimates are calculated by engineers using available industry, engineering, and scientific data. Estimates are periodically reassessed. Inventory is valued at lower of cost and NRV. Market price of ore changes daily. The NRV is measured using the current price of the ore rather than the forecast future price of the ore. Is this enough? See, company states that the assumptions are periodically updated, but they haven't told how frequently is that updated, right? So assumptions underlying significant estimates should be quantified for the users of financial statements. यहाँ पे inventory is a key item in the financial statements, है ना? Because they are mining, उनका main item ही inventory है. What they are doing is accounting for inventory of ore involves the use of judgment and estimate, particularly in relation to measurement and valuation of WIP. ठीक है, these estimates are given by engineers based on the data, and the estimates are periodically reassessed. आपको ये बताना बहुत important है कि what is the frequency of that uh, of revisiting those estimates again and again, because ये industry में valuation of WIP कि you have started the extraction activity, but how developed is the ore, कितना काम हो गया, कितना नहीं हुआ. These are not, you are not baking a cake ना कि अरे 30 minutes का total baking time है, 15 minutes हो गया तो 50% is ready. These are complex processes, which means the judgments, estimates, all of that, it will have to be at par with what is happening in the industry. Correct? And for that particular purpose, regular updation is very, very important. Have a look. बहुत ही, अगर आप देखो ना तो दिस क्वेश्चन इज सुपर वेग. एकदम वेग सा क्वेश्चन लगता है. ठीक है, किसी भी एंगल से डज इट फील लाइक एन एसबीआर क्वेश्चन? इतना सारा अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड पढ़ा, इतना सारा प्रोविजंस लर्न किया, देख के लगता है कि दिस इज अ क्वेश्चन ऑन, दिस इज एन एसबीआर क्वेश्चन? नहीं ना. दैट इज द होल पॉइंट. वेरी अनप्रेडिक्टेबल. And no calculation छोड़ो, have we even referred to a single provision? Forget calculation. So many provisions we learned ना financial instruments में, ये classification, वो classification, कुछ भी नहीं. Pure common sense. Sometimes even beyond that. The reason for picking these questions is what? The reason for picking these questions is to tell you, to give you a bit of a shock to your routine, that SBR is not an accounting paper. आप अगर ये एक्सपेक्टेशन के साथ SBR पढ़ रहे हो कि यार दिस इज एन अकाउंटिंग पेपर, इट्स नॉट. यू विल गेट डिसअपॉइंटेड. डोंट डू दैट. ठीक है, एक और देखते हैं, मतलब सेम ही क्वेश्चन का नेक्स्ट पार्ट देखते हैं. Explain how Maple company should establish an accounting policy where an issue is not addressed directly by IFRS standards. Iska, you can answer this part. Where an issue is not addressed by IFRS standards, how should the company develop an accounting policy?
Referring to conceptual framework.
Okay, elaborate please.
So conceptual framework gives definition, basic definition. So वहाँ से accounting policies बन सकती हैं.
Okay. And see, if there is no accounting standard, then you will have to use the conceptual framework, right? Then what else? You will have to fall back on the basic definitions given in the conceptual framework, right? The management will need to apply the hierarchy. Management will have to think about how to apply the judgments in developing and applying an accounting policy. Okay, check करो if there is any other accounting standard which deals with similar issues. जैसे we'll study that a little later कि यार क्रिप्टो करेंसी अगर होगा तो क्रिप्टो करेंसी इज वेरी क्लोज टू इंटेंजिबल असेट्स. ठीक है, तो पहले देखो कि इज देयर इफ देयर इज नो डायरेक्ट अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड, इज देयर एन अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड व्हिच एड्रेसेस अ टॉपिक क्वाइट सिमिलर टू दिस वन. वो नहीं होगा तो फिर गो टू द डेफिनेशंस, क्राइटेरिया एंड एवरीथिंग गिवन इन द कंसेप्चुअल फ्रेमवर्क. ठीक है, पहले देखो कि सिमिलर वाला अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड है कि नहीं है. ठीक है, मेक सेंस?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And finally, थोड़ा सा numerical. Using Exhibit 2, discuss whether the director's decision to not recognize the third-party loan and preference shares is in accordance with IFRS standards. Maple Company loaned a third-party company 3 million. Maple Company is due to be repaid on 1st of May 2008. Okay. At 1st of Jan 2007, Maple Company issued preference shares and received 3 million. Maple Company is due to repay the preference shareholders the $3 million on 1st of May. No financial asset or liability was recognized. The directors justified this on the ground that proceeds from the loan would be used to pay back the preference shareholders. Finally, something relating to an accounting standard. How should you, what should your answer be? Is their accounting treatment correct?
No, sir.
No, sir.
So, the structure of your answer, please understand how should you frame this answer. Okay. Let me call this part C. Part C. Explain each of the following in 2 to 3 lines. क्या explain करना है आपको? First of all, that okay, loan given, explain why it is a financial asset. ठीक है. Then preference shares issued, explain why it is a financial liability. Financial asset versus financial liability. ये explain करो. ठीक है. Then what happens after that? Then write down the conditions in IFRS 9 for offsetting. That is basically netting off के conditions आप describe करो. That both the parties intend to settle it. First of all, there is a contractual right for you which allows you to offset the financial asset, financial liability, and second part आप ये mention करो कि the two entities should be willing to settle the asset and liability on the net basis. बट यहाँ पे asset is with one party, liability is with another party. मतलब मैंने लोन करण को दिया है और प्रेफरेंस शेयर इशू किया है गौतम को. So it is not under the same contract, right? Here FA and FL are not under the same contract. So no question of netting off. Netting off का सवाल ही नहीं आता. कैसे आएगा? To net off, Amount should be receivable from Karan and payable to Karan. The contract should allow me the ability to net it off, and both the parties, Karan and Satyamesh, should be willing to net it off on a particular date by accepting the net amount. यहाँ पे वैसा नहीं है. FA and FL are not under the same contract, so prove that it cannot be netted off. Again, अगर आपने क्वेश्चन देखा होगा, there is no calculation involved, सिर्फ डिस्क्रिप्शन है, और वो भी some obscure part of financial instruments. Offsetting पे सवाल पूछा ना. The question is not on array amortized cost method में calculate the amount of whatever. वो नहीं पूछा है. Netting off पे सवाल पूछा है. So you see what kind of preparation is expected in SBR. आपको in depth जाना पड़ेगा, and you will have to basically understand कि ये चाहते क्या हैं आपसे. What is it that they want from you? And read the requirement, and don't ever start writing the answer directly. कभी भी answer नहीं लिखना. When you are preparing right now also, what I have done is in the third part I have written the rough work. मैंने background लिखा है कि ये points मैं सब include करूंगा. When you are planning your answer in the exam ना, per question 2 से 3 minute दो for planning the answer. Because when you plan, you have the whole map ready in front of your eyes. तो फिर आप बराबर तरीके से calculation करके you can arrive at a conclusion. अगर आप ऐसे ही ये भी लिखना है वो भी लिखना है, when you actually start writing then you don't remember anything, है ना. तो don't fall under that trap. Do rough work. Rough work बहुत ज्यादा important है, ठीक है. Rough work is super important, and these questions are an eye opener कि पेपर में किस टाइप का सवाल आ सकता है. Now you see the difference between skill level and P level, है ना. There is so much in a way vagueness in the way questions are being asked, right? Skill level में तो क्या था, PM में खट 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 करो खत्म. That performance measurement would give you some headache, but apart from that the entire paper was very straightforward. यहाँ पे वैसा नहीं है. The syntax of questions is different and you will have to be mentally prepared for that. ठीक है. एक और क्वेश्चन करेंगे, एथिक्स वाला क्वेश्चन है, फिस्कर्टन कंपनी करके. अगेन अ वेरी डिफरेंट पर्सपेक्टिव. एंड देखो, earlier days ना the questions were more technical. These days the questions are less technical but more of interpretation. बहुत ज्यादा आपको एक interpretation करके उसको आंसर करना पड़ेगा. I have sent you the question on the group. I'm giving you 5 minutes to go through that, read, understand, then we'll discuss it. चलो, did you read the question?
Yes,
ठीक
sir.
है, अब देखो. The following is an extract from the statement of financial position of Fiskerton, a public limited entity as at 30th September 2008. Wrong start. Read the requirement first. Discuss how the Halam property should have been accounted for and explain the implications for the financial statements and the debt covenant of Fiskerton. In accordance with IFRS 15, revenue from contract with customers, discuss whether revenue arising from the sales contract should be recognized on a stage of completion basis. Explain any ethical issues which may arise for the MD and the accountant from each of the scenarios. ठीक है. Non-current assets 160901, current assets 110318, equity share capital 10,000, other components of equity 2151, retained earnings 7253, non-current liabilities 50,000, current liabilities 12815. The bank loan has a covenant attached whereby it will become immediately repayable should the gearing ratio of Fiskerton exceed 50%, long-term debt to equity. Fiskerton has a negative cash balance as at 30th September 2008. Now, what is a debt covenant? A debt covenant is a condition that is put in the loan agreement. Now, lenders often put certain restrictive conditions in order to safeguard themselves. यहाँ पे what have the lenders said कि अगर तुम्हारा debt equity ratio 50% से ज्यादा हो गया, if your debt equity ratio exceeds 50%, then the entire amount of loan becomes repayable. आपको पूरा पैसा वापस करना पड़ेगा. ठीक है. Halam property included within the non-current assets of Fiskerton is a property in Halam which has been leased to Eddingly under a 40-year lease. The property was acquired for 20 million on 1st of October 2007 and was immediately leased to Eddingly. The asset was expected to have a useful life of 40 years at the date of acquisition and have a minimal residual value. Fiskerton has classified the building as an investment property and has adopted the fair value model. The property was initially revalued to 22 million on 31st of March. Interim financial statements had indicated that the gearing was 51% prior to this revaluation. The managing director was made aware of this breach of covenant and so instructed that the property should be revalued. The property is now carried at a value of 28 million, which was determined by the sale of a similar sized property on 30th September. This property was located in a much more prosperous area and built with a higher grade of material. An independent professional valuer has estimated that the value to be no more than 22 million. The managing director has argued that fair values should be referenced to an active market and is refusing to adjust the financial statements even though he knows it is contrary to international accounting standards. Now, whenever आप देख के लगता है कि यार, is this a question on investment property? What is this a question on? A closer look will tell you that this is a question on IFRS 13 fair value measurement. Whenever you are estimating the fair value, it has to be the value of an identical asset in an active market or value of a similar asset in an active market. If it is a similar asset, it is a level 2 input. यहाँ पे you are using a particular property as your reference point, but that property is built in a much more prosperous area with a higher grade of material. Like, maybe like it's a South Bombay property and you are comparing it with some other property in the suburbs. Size same hoga, but the value is vastly different, right? So what they are saying is कि similar property in a much more prosperous area has a fair value of 28 million. We will revalue our items using this 28 million का value. Now, why is this 28 million का value relevant? अब कंपनी के केस में देखो क्या हुआ है. Company has, see, the debt equity ratio was 51% prior to revaluation. Now, they have classified this particular property as what? ठीक है. They have classified this particular property as investment property. If they have classified that as investment property, तो fair value change will go to P&L. When it goes to P&L, आपका retained earnings बढ़ जाएगा. Retained earnings, if it increases, see, say for example, your debt is 51 and your equity is 100. ठीक है. So debt equity ratio is 51. Now you want to make it less than 50. तो आप क्या करेंगे? You will do revaluation and it is an investment property. तो क्या होगा, दैट रिवैल्यूएशन का एंट्री विल बी इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रॉपर्टी अकाउंट डेबिट टू P&L, रिटेन्ड अर्निंग्स में ऐड हो जाएगा. सो डेट विल रिमेन एट 51, बट बिकॉज ऑफ रिवैल्यूएशन दिस विल बिकम 120, assuming that 20 is the amount of revaluation. हो गया less than 50%. And the moment it is less than 50%, your job is done, right? When it is less than 50%, तो फिर the debt covenant does not get triggered. So what the manager is trying to do is that he is trying to say that I will compare its value with another property whose value is 28 million. उसके साथ मैं compare करूंगा and then I will say that my retained earnings have gone up, that means my equity has gone up. If that has gone up, that means my debt equity ratio has improved, it is not above 50%, so debt covenant does not get triggered. So very clearly he is trying to manipulate his way out of the situation, right? वो सिचुएशन को मैनिपुलेट करने का कोशिश कर रहा है ना. सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ये एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है. सेकंड थिंग इज दैट सी, ऑब्जर्व द सिचुएशन. यहाँ पे इट इज अ 40 ईयर का लीज दिया है एंड द असेट हैज अ यूजफुल लाइफ ऑफ 40 ईयर्स, है ना. Lease term is equal to economic life of the asset, and at the end of 40 years the asset is not expected to have any residual value. This looks more like a finance lease to me and less like an investment property. What do you think? So
Yes.
ये जो 40 ईयर का लीज है, लीज इज ऑल्सो 40, लीज टर्म इज ऑल्सो 40 ईयर्स, यूजफुल लाइफ इज ऑल्सो 40 ईयर्स. So when you give that property to the other person, you should consider it to be a finance lease, and whatever is the amount, you should show it as net investment in lease. Do you agree? नेट इन्वेस्टमेंट इन फाइनेंस लीज करके उसको दिखाना चाहिए. क्लासिफिकेशन एज इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रॉपर्टी इज नॉट एज पर IFRS. तो सबसे पहले वो फेयर वैल्यू गेन को रिवर्स करो, ठीक है. फेयर वैल्यू एस्टिमेशन भी बराबर नहीं किया है. सो देयर आर two big problems here. One is classification. You should show it as net investment in lease. ये investment property नहीं है, ठीक है. So if you have record, see, and IFRS 13, if you remember, एकदम फर्स्ट वाला डिस्कशन याद करना. IFRS 13 was, I think, one standard that we studied on day one. IFRS 13 में लिखा है that fair value measurement does not apply to leases and does not apply to share based payments. याद आया?
Yes.
नहीं याद आया होगा तो मैं
Yes,
दिखा.
yes, sir.
हाँ सर.
Very clearly it is not applicable to two situations. What are those two situations? One is lease, second one is share based payments, ठीक है. Let me show it to you. ये एकदम 13 सितंबर को पढ़ा हुआ पॉइंट है. IFRS 13 फेयर वैल्यू मेजरमेंट डज नॉट अप्लाई टू शेयर बेस्ड पेमेंट, डज नॉट अप्लाई टू लीजेस. यहाँ पे एक तो गलती कर दिया बाय क्लासिफाइंग इट एज इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रॉपर्टी व्हेन इन फैक्ट इट इज अ फाइनेंस लीज. वो गलती किया, उसमें आप फेयर वैल्यू लगा रहे हो, वो भी गलत है. IFRS 13 डज नॉट अप्लाई. सो यू सी, if they are very clearly trying to manipulate their way, the calculation is incorrect, the debt covenant will get triggered, right? एक और चीज ऑब्जर्व करो कि right now in this case long term loan कितना है? long term loan है 50,000 and equity is share capital plus other component of equity plus 70,253. Three things are equity. What three things are equity? Share capital is equity, other component of equity is equity, retained earnings is equity. 100,404, you are standing super close to the 50% mark का. और कभी भी if if you change that, अगर आपने see, you have done a revaluation from 20 million to 28 million. अब if that revaluation is incorrect तो क्या होगा? You will have to reverse the revaluation. This will become 100,404 minus 8,000. क्या बचेगा आपका रेशो? Your ratio will be, हो गया 54%. डेट कॉवेनेंट ट्रिगर हो जाएगा ना, आपको पूरा का पूरा अमाउंट रीपे करना पड़ेगा, राइट? So this accounting treatment is absolutely incorrect. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And do you also believe that this is happening only for manipulation and only to avoid the payment? ठीक है, ये देखो अभी, read this part. Yes, tell me.
So the very first point where we are telling that it should not be an investment property, it
Hmm.
should be termed as a lease agreement.
Hmm.
So
Finance.
finance lease, can you just slightly explain this? Like there is situation that the estimated useful life is also 40 years,
Hmm.
and the lease is also for 40 years.
Hmm.
So is that a direct indication that if the lease and the estimated useful life are the same and there is no residual value, then it should be a financial lease?
तेरा IFRS 16 पढ़ के हुआ नहीं है ना?
नहीं, अभी सेकंड लेक्चर पे हो उसके,
Second.
मतलब
Okay.
वीकेंड वाले लेक्चर पे उसके.
This is one of the indicators of identifying a finance lease, basically. IFRS 13 is also a very important contributor in this. Huh?
Done, sir.
ठीक है. Anything that you feel is off? कुछ पूछना है आपको? Absolutely anything? Now, Fiskerton has entered into a sales contract for the construction of an asset with a customer, whereby the customer pays an initial deposit. The deposit is refundable only if Fiskerton fails to complete the construction. The remainder is payable on the delivery of the asset. If the customer defaults on the contract prior to completion, Fiskerton has the right to retain the deposit. The managing director believes that as completion of the asset is performed over time, revenue should be recognized accordingly. He has persuaded the accountant to include the deposit and a percentage of the remaining balance for construction work in revenue till date. Now tell me, when is performance obligation complete? What do you think?
At
At
the
the point of
at the point.
Okay. Now, the only thing we have to prove is that the control passes to the customer on the completion of the property, right? If the control passes to the customer on completion of property, then we can prove that performance obligation is satisfied at a point in time, not over a period of time. Here, what the company wants to do is the company wants to recognize revenue over a period of time. Okay. And by doing percentage completion wala approach, see, the entity has a right to retain the deposit amount, right? Up there are three conditions. What are the three conditions? Uh, the service provider performs the activity and the consumer simultaneously consumes and benefits from that activity. That is not happening here. Okay. Second thing is the customer gets control over the asset as the asset is being constructed. That is also not happening here. And you are creating a, you as in the seller is creating an asset with no alternative use to the entity. Okay. Seller creates an asset which does not have any alternative use to the entity, and he has an enforceable right to collect payment for the work completed till date. Is that getting fulfilled here?
no.
No. All the three conditions which are necessary to classify a particular property as to classify, sorry, not property, to classify a particular transaction as performance obligation satisfied over a period of time, तीनों के तीनों conditions fulfill नहीं हो रहे यहाँ पे. So performance obligation is not satisfied over a period of time. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Pakka, everyone?
Yes, sir.
So if performance obligation is not satisfied over a period of time, that means it must be satisfied at a point in time, right? And if it is satisfied at a point in time, then ये वाला approach गलत है ना? This approach that they have taken is wrong. देखो एक बार. ठीक है, छोटा सा पार्ट था. Last part, explain any ethical issues which may arise for the managing director and the accountant for each of the scenarios. What ethical issues can you pinpoint here?
Professional competence.
Professional competence तो है मेरे हिसाब से. Integrity also is a major issue.
Objectivity.
The managing director is deliberately allowing the misstatement of values in the financial statements and they are not truthful. Very clearly he is dishonest and there is a breach of integrity. ठीक है. Now यहाँ पे सबसे बड़ा problem क्या है, that if you classify it as a finance lease and you don't classify it as an investment property, अगर आप investment property करके उसको classify करते हो, so what is the outcome? Then you do fair value measurement and then you can get the value. आप revalue करेंगे and you will bring your debt equity ratio below 50%. If it is not below 50% तो क्या होगा? If it is above 50%, please understand, if it is above 50%, the company will have to immediately repay the entire loan. पूरा 50,000 का लोन repay करना पड़ेगा and company has a negative cash balance. कंपनी के पास पैसा नहीं है. Company will be forced to pay 50,000. Company doesn't have any cash. Don't you think it will trigger going concern crisis for the company? Company will not be able to continue as a going concern. So naturally, that is a big challenge here. Now the managing director is aware of the requirements of IFRS and yet he is choosing to go ahead with the wrong treatment. एक तो this is a lapse of professional behavior. Professional competence हम कब बोलेंगे? We'll say professional competence when he doesn't know what has to be done. Here he knows what has to be done and he is deliberately not doing it because he wants to safeguard the interest of the company. He wants to stop the company from shutting down. And that for that reason, he is going ahead with the incorrect accounting treatment. So that is why you will say that this is प्रोफेशनल बिहेवियर नहीं है एंड सीरियस लैप्स ऑफ इंटेग्रिटी है. ठीक है. प्लस अकाउंटिंग ट्रीटमेंट फॉर रेवेन्यू रिकॉग्निशन जो है दैट इज इनकरेक्ट एंड maybe that is also done with an intention to manipulate the financial statements. This might indicate lack of professional competence कि उसको पता नहीं है कि when is it to be done at point in time and when is it to be done over a period of time. He has persuaded the accountant to include the deposit and a percentage. So it could be lapse of professional behavior also, it could be absence of professional competence also. दोनों हो सकता है यहाँ पे. Did you understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
What are the problems? एक बार quickly read the explanation in part C.
Sure.
हाँ जी, बताइए.
Can we also include self-interest because he is putting his interest above of the company's interest to save his job?
Maybe we can write about it. लिख सकते हैं, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. ठीक है. So what you study is a set of principles and concepts. How the questions are tested is an application of those concepts. तो हैविंग दैट अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि यार मैं जो कॉन्सेप्ट पढ़ूंगा वो वैसे का वैसा नहीं, किसी और टाइप के सर्कमस्टांस में अप्लाई करना पड़ेगा, इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर यू टू नो. ठीक है. डोंट मेक द मिस्टेक ऑफ सेइंग दैट यू नो सिर्फ सिलेबस पढ़ लेने से आपका काम हो जाएगा. दैट इज नॉट गोइंग टू बी इनफ. यू नो अ लॉट ऑफ लाइक एएफएम के क्वेश्चंस जो आप पढ़ते हो ना वैसे का वैसा क्वेश्चन आता है आपको. एएफएम क्वेश्चंस आर नॉट वेरी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम द कॉन्सेप्ट दैट इज कवर्ड. एटीएक्स के क्वेश्चंस जो आप कॉन्सेप्ट पढ़ते हो वही आपको आता है, बट एसबीआर के क्वेश्चंस इन्वॉल्व अ लॉट ऑफ एप्लीकेशन. तो इट्स नेसेसरी कि आप उस मतलब यू कीप दैट इन माइंड व्हेन यू आर प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर योर एसबीआर एग्जाम. प्लीज एंश्योर कि along with doing the concept you are also doing the questions अगर आप नहीं करोगे तो you will find yourself in a big mess. And repeating the questions that I have done is the first step towards completion of that exam kit. ठीक है. एग्जाम किट में कुछ 78 क्वेश्चंस है. अपना प्लान 30 का है, जिसमें से 5 I have done. I'll try to go beyond 30 so that you get exposed to a bigger variety. Tomorrow we'll be doing consolidated cash flow. Please cash flow का देख के आना. If time permits, and I'm not sure whether it will, we'll pick up one more question from the kit tomorrow. ठीक है. Because the point is not to take you till the exam date. जितना जल्दी हो सके मुझे आपको अच्छे से प्रिपेयर करके फ्री करना है. ठीक है. Thank you so much. एक और बात, you know what, I was getting very, even I get bored. I am also human. 5 बजे के बाद मुझे भी बोर हो रहा था. बस एक नहीं खींचते हैं, बिकॉज अभी नहीं किया ना तो बाद में प्रेशर आएगा. We luckily have the time, we should use it, which is what you should also keep in mind. जब टाइम है तो तभी उसको यूज इट प्रॉपर्ली. ठीक है. चलो.
सर,
हाँ हाँ,
आपको कभी बात कॉल कर सकता हूँ, मतलब आपका इसके बाद क्लास है?
अभी पूछ लेना.
ओके, मतलब कॉल करूँ आपको?
हाँ ठीक है, कॉल कर ले. चलो गाइस, बाय. टुमारो 1:30 PM.
Bye, sir.
Thank you so much.
बाय सर, थैंक यू.
बाय.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.